South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack as we continue on with the Belmont at the Big A meet. Today we'll see Baby Yoda trying to navigate a little bit more distance this afternoon as he comes out of trying the Grade 1 Forgo. There's no Cody's Wish or Jackie's Warrior today, but he does have the likes of Fire Sword to deal with. He was a 10-time winner. First off the claim for trainer David Donk as well after a nice win last time out. And coming up this weekend, it's all about the girl power Warlike Goddess, multiple graded stakes winner, and she will be taking on the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You saw that beautiful painting of the immortal Ruffian, just one of the many great horses to have raced here at Aqueduct Racetrack. The sun is shining. We love to see it. We still have races 6 and 7 on the turf today. The others will be off after all of that rain we got earlier this week, but so nice to see the nice weather continuing. Acacia Lamont alongside Andy Serling. And Andy, we're getting right into it. And of course, we have a 2-day Pick 6 carryover today to look forward to as well.
Yeah, when we left yesterday, we had seen a couple of tough horses winning the first 2 races, and it didn't get a lot easier. I know the favorite got up in the feature, so a couple horses were live in the last race, but it was not meant to be. Almost $208,000. Have to imagine that pool. Probably the new money will be close to $1 million today. Should be interesting. Not an easy sequence either.
No, and best of luck if you'll be playing that Pick 6 carryover a little bit later on today. But as mentioned, we are right on the heels of race number 1, and it is a good way to start things off. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Taking a look at the field, currently 1-2 on Chulligan, who does come out of a big effort first time out with that big pedigree. We check in with the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these 2-year-olds trackside. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, and as you mentioned, we have some lovely Broman pedigrees here in this opener. We'll begin with Chulligan, who is your favorite, as he found his best strides late when debuting over the sloppy track, going 7 furlongs. He did not have much early speed, but weaved through traffic, and he looks like what he showed in that debut, a big galloping type. Now, one thing I noticed about him is that he's wearing 3/4 shoes in front on both feet, and 3/4 shoes are when the aluminum of the shoe is actually cut off 3/4 of a way around, so therefore they don't have the metal on the inside of their hoof wall, which indicates to me that he's a horse that doesn't have the greatest or strongest feet, because he can't take nails down on that inside part of his foot. Just something I noticed, but you would have to think that now that he gets a fast track, that might actually help him if he's one that struggles with his feet. As we'll move on to number 4, that is Atlanta's Acuna. I really like the stretch out from the 6 to the mile for this son of cross traffic. He wants every bit of ground he can handle. Very tall, lanky individual who's very professional in this second start, but I was hoping I would see a little bit more conditioning and strength put on him coming out of that last race, which was my main concern. And 2, he was just a bit green in that debut. He's going to have to be more professional, which he's acting that way today. You know, he kind of stayed on his inside lead. He was lugging in. So we'll see what he does if he can run straight and true and appreciate the stretch out and distance. All of this has led me to number 1, Quick to Accuse. He's the half brother to multiple stakes winner Mr. Buff, and a son of Accelerate, and looks nothing like his family, as he's a bit of a smaller but well-built bay, both of them being big chestnuts. But he does have a strong appearance here in his second start, and he just feels as though he should be forwardly placed, getting an extra furlong to cover. And the horse that he went up to the lead and challenged the whole way with, an eventual winner, did have the experience. So I'm thinking with the experience under his belt, he moves forward, and I like him here in this spot, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you, both the 1 and the 2. As Maggie mentioned, bred by Chester and Mary Broman in New York, and Quick to Accuse seems like got that more of the influence of Accelerate versus his family on the bottom side. But both of these horses, Andy, do have those big pedigrees, these New York breds to the inside, coming out of that race on August 26th, where, yes, it was a rainy day. It was a New York Showcase Day up at Saratoga, but certainly you would imagine that both would have the opportunity to move forward after their first start. Boss Jim was one with experience who won that race.
Right. And quick to accuse is supposed to be the controlling speed in this race. And yesterday we saw horses with inside speed and the horses on the inside doing well. I don't know if it was a pronounced bias, but it was a different track than we saw when the track was dry earlier last week. I don't see any reason quick to accuse shouldn't be a very similar price to Chulligan. He's 4-1 and Chulligan's 1-2. I get they bet Chulligan first time. He was 6-5 and he made a big run. People do love horses that make big runs, and maybe he is a horse that was just figuring things out. You and I were talking about this before the race, however, and it's one of these things where you see Justify, the Triple Crown winner. You know Bar of Gold was a very good dirt horse, but she was the anomaly in the pedigree, and she did win on the grass, and she was an exceptional dirt horse. But it's really a turf family, and you wonder, and that's not to say Chulligan can't win here, but you wonder if his future might lie on the green stuff, you know?
He did run well on a sealed soppy track, which oftentimes, and obviously every wet track is different, but sometimes it can mimic a little bit of a turf type of surface. And he has galloped on both surfaces up in Saratoga. And of course, given the pedigree, you understand wanting to try him on the dirt and have some opportunities. And with a good race, you have to stick with it for a second start.
They didn't pay $825,000 for a colt. Right. to win, you know, to run in turf races. Right. They did it because they're hoping they have, obviously, a Triple Crown type horse like everybody else is. It's a very big pedigree and a big price. But if what you say, if somebody follows your logic, and it's not saying this logic, but you say, you know, I don't have a strong opinion on this, but wet tracks favor turf type runners, then a dry track might be worse for him. And he's 1-2. I'm not saying he can't win. He's a terrible gamble, in my opinion, at 1-2.
He has the big pedigree, a big pedigree as well with Quick to Accuse, as Maggie mentioned, the little brother to Mr. Buff, by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Accelerate. He was one that showed some more speed in that first start, and you had said that would be something that could be to his favor in here.
And they paid a lot of money for him out of the 2-year-old sale. He put $200,000 out of the March OBS sale. So it's not as though this one's cheap. I think Quick to Accuse is very, very dangerous here, and 4-1's a very fair price.
Just one first-time starter with Dromoland, that one for Barclay Tag, the little brother to Cinco Charlie, the rest with experience. We'll see who breaks their maiden today. We kick things off, Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And they're off. Mr. Marlin from the extreme outside, and down at the rail it's Quick to Accuse. And now moving up is Flashy Alex in the red blinkers, and gaining ground is Atlanta's Acuna. Atlanta's Acuna and Quick to Accuse. They are right together, and they've opened up 2.5 lengths on Flashy Alex and Mr. Marlin. Their heads apart, 3rd and 4th. And at the back of the pack, Chulligan, who is down at the rail, and a hard-to-handle first-time starter, Dromoland. The quarter in 24 seconds. They're midway up the backstretch. Quick to Accuse down at the rail leads by a full length now. Atlanta's Acuna in second by a length and a quarter. Flashy Alex is next in third. It is Quick to Accuse by 2. And Atlanta's Acuna in second. Flashy Alex is next in third. Chulligan, the odds-on favorite, is down at the rail. And right alongside is Mr. Marlin. They go around the far turn, the half in 48 and 4. Quick to Accuse leads by 2. Atlanta's Acuna in second. Mr. Marlin gaining ground on the outside along with Flashy Alex. Chulligan is in 5th, 4 lengths from the lead. They are at the top of the stretch. It is Quick to Accuse with the lead. Quick to Accuse gets clear now by 4 lengths. Quick to Accuse in front as they come down for the 8th pole. And then it's Atlanta's Acuna, followed by Flashy Alex, Mr. Marlin, and not today for the big favorite Chulligan. Quick to Accuse with a big lead as they come on for the finish. And Quick to Accuse gets his maiden victory here decisively. Atlanta's Acuna was second. Photo for third between Mr. Marlin and Flashy Alex.
Mr. Bruff is little brother Quick to Accuse, gets the win. Colt by Accelerate for Horacio de Paz. Breaks his maiden at second asking.
And, you know, a very logical horse, right? He and Chulligan coming out of the same race. Everyone gets, people love horses that make big runs to the back of the pack. But this horse was involved in the 3-way pace duel. So he was doing a lot of dirty work up front. And while it figured that the 4 might show a little speed, Atlanta's Acuna, he figured to probably have a more comfortable time today. And, you know, it's interesting going back to something you and I were talking about right when the gate. You said a lot of times turf-type horses might handle a wet track. And if you believe that a little bit, then a dry track is certainly not supposed to help Chulligan, and Chulligan might be a good horse, but not on the surface. This is a situation where a horse was just massively overbet. This horse really should have been about 5-2 in here.
Quick to Accuse with the win. Atlanta's Acuna did check in second, but Quick to Accuse and Manny Franco getting the win at second asking, having that experience under his belt and taking a step forward, able to handle the mile with no problem. 1-4-6-5, and perhaps maybe we will get a chance to see Chulligan on the turf in the future, but certainly with a pedigree to move forward. Moving on from here, Quick to Accuse, the little brother to multiple stakes winner, Mr. Buff, bred by Chester and Mary Broman, who have bred so many good horses here in the state of New York. Quick to Accuse with the win, heading back to get his picture taken. We'll bring you prices and take a look at what is still to come. Moving on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A, is in the books. It was our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Quick to Accuse with the win, called by Accelerate. $11.40 winner. The second time starters run 1-2. And Maggie is standing by with the winning trainer.
Here with Horacio De Paz, and Horacio, as he is the little, both numerically and physically, to Mr. Buff, as he's quite a much smaller physical frame, but I think he's mastered the running style of his family.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, his first race, I liked the way that he ran. Obviously, drew the inside, took pressure around there, going 7/8 first time. He probably needed the race, and he was definitely sharp for this part.
We were both just discussing the ride that Manny Franco gave him. Talk a little bit about the tactics that he had, because he was able to dole out some nice fractions.
Yeah, I told Manny, I mean, he was doing really well, just play by the break and whatever he felt like doing, and he controlled it very well. He went slow the first part, and he had enough horse and picked it up.
With a horse like him, we have the New York Showcase Day coming up relatively soon. What's your next option? What's your next stepping off point for him?
Well, that would be the logical spot, but like you said, it's coming back at the end of the month, so we'll kind of see how he comes out of it, and he's a nice colt, so we don't have to rush anything with him. So,
do you like to give these young types some time off, or do you let them tell you?
I'll just let them tell me, see how they're doing and see how, races set up for them.
Well, congratulations. He looks like a promising one, winning by open lengths today.
Thank you.
Quick to accuse, quick to the front, Acacia. And that was all he wrote today.
A nice winner for Horacio De Paz. Very talented trainer. Maggie, thank you. We'll see what the future holds for Quick to Accuse and the New York Bred program, as we often talk about, which has continued to grow. Obviously, his big brother, Mr. Buff, very successful and loved those New York Showcase days.
Ran similar type races, right? Going in the front like that. And Accelerate's an interesting sire. He has been just first-year sires. You don't know. Some of them are precocious, but you want to give him time, and he was a very good horse. And you and I were talking off camera. Horacio De Paz is starting to win enough races around here and be on camera enough that we're hoping he loosens up a little bit at some point, because he doesn't do a good job of getting his personality out there in the interviews, because he's got tons of personality.
I
gotta work on Horacio.
We know it.
We gotta work on it. Maybe he's the leading trainer at some point. He'll be on enough.
Exactly. Well, here is what is still to come. Today's race is presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. As we mentioned at the beginning, 207,000 in the pick six carryover. That kicks off in the fourth. Our feature allowance on the dirt in race number 8. Again, just races 6 and 7 are on the turf. The rest of the scheduled turf races are off the turf today. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Our feature coming up a little bit later on today in race number 8. Andy, it's a mile on the main track. As we take a look at the field here, and there was a time when Baby Yoda was the talk of the town with that 114 buyer speed figure last year at Saratoga when he beat eventual Grade 1 winner Olympiad. He is coming out of the Forgo and this nice allowance victory 2 back.
Yeah, I think it's important to note this win 2 back, the heavy favorite reinvestment risk you can see sort of at last in the Clarvett Silks. He didn't run it all that day, so it changed the race. Now, in fairness, Sibelius, who he beat, has come back with sensational effort since then, and he could be the one to beat in today's Phoenix later at Keeneland. Now, it's a thin division. I guess Bill Mott decided to go with the Juddmonte, likely favorite Elite Power in tomorrow's Vosburg. Trying a mile with Baby Yoda. He's the horse to beat, but I think there's more players in that race. I thought the 1A was a dangerous horse for David Jacobson, Bourbon Calling. In fact, I prefer him. And I even thought Market Alert, the New York bred, had a chance to be a bad factor in that race.
Market Alert, winner of the Saginaw, 2 starts back. He's a horse that Jimmy Ryerson has done a terrific job with in figuring him out and all of his quirks as well, and especially at the starting gate too. It was great to see him get that win at Belmont, 2 back, coming out of 4th in the Evan Shipman. But Baby Yoda 4-5 on the morning line, as we did see him, yes, distantly, but running 4th behind Cody Swish and Jackie's Warrior last out.
I think it's also worth discussing. I'm not a big horse for course guy, but I think there is an argument that Baby Yoda's comes alive at Saratoga. And you look at how he ran the Vosburg last year. Now, he didn't break that day, but still, his best races have been at Saratoga habitually, and now he's got to get a mile. He's going to be a heavy favorite, and he has not run as well outside of Saratoga. So I think there are reasons to maybe be a little bit suspect of him in there. Dangerous, a must-use, but not the kind of horse that I'm looking to bet on at a short price.
We'll talk more about that feature a little bit later on. Looking forward to seeing if Baby Yoda can get back to the winner's circle. We'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Cantor Massey brothers, right from Istanbul to the toughest circuit in North American racing here in New York. They've got a big chance coming up in race 2, and we'll learn a little bit more about them.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. As we get ready for race number 2 here at Belmont at the Big A, off the turf, and surprisingly just one scratch, and it was one of the main track only, so a race that held together nicely here for this second race.
And the public is betting it right now, and there's plenty of time. We're over 15 minutes in the race. But right now, it is completely and totally misbet, and it's almost being bet as though the money in the pool doesn't know this race is on the dirt and not the turf. Sinful Dancer is odds-on in the doubles. Now, part of that is because the first winner was probably closer to his more correct odds with CAW money, but still, he's 4 to 5 if you look at the doubles, and the clear-cut second choice is on the outside Cumberland Blues, and big deadhead that you are, I know you're really rooting for Cumberland Blues today.
That's right. I didn't realize that. Of course, you helped me out with that one. And that horse, Cumberland Blues, will be ridden by Jorge Vargas. Yes, secretly. As the #2 Sinful Dancer goes out for Matken Kantermasi, as Matt and Ilkay, natives of Istanbul, Turkey, have come here to the United States, and with a small number of horses, a hands-on business model, and horses that always look the part, they've continued to make a name for themselves here on the toughest circuit in North America.
Madkin and İlkay Kantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse.
This bird can sing. Length and a half at the end. This bird can sing, owned by Kantermasi Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15, now we have to win it, 3 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart. I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand means anything, but 2 hands make the work, so this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Kantermasi brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson? Very good. Okay. Be careful.
It's happy?
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different, and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off.
duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets from the outside. Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. And Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come.
And no doubt about that, a barn that is continued to make a name for themselves here in the New York circuit. Matt and Ilkay, they do a terrific job with their horses, Andy. They've been sharp with claims, and here is a new claim, Sinful Dancer, coming up in this second race.
Yeah, and Sinful Dancer has obviously burned a ton of money. A lot of chances. I mean, this horse was favored against American Revolution. The race at American Revolution broke his maiden, and he was coming off a legitimate effort, that horse. At times, he's run very well. He's still way the horse to beat in this race, and he will be a very short price by post time.
Off the turf for race number 2. For more in this field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Sinful Dancer looks like the horse to beat in here, Acacia, but let's take a look at some others here. And one that has 2 starts on the dirt already is number 1. That is 8 and Sand. This one, a homebred for 10 Strike Racing, son of Munnings. Now, I actually would have been a little bit more interested had this been on the turf. He definitely has a turf hoof to him, but again, that's neither here nor there today. He's been very green in both of his starts. You know, he didn't show much early speed, kind of had trouble getting out of the gate. Then he seemed to be green and climbing from the kickback even in his second start. Then he made this wide middle move around the turn there at Pimlico, giving up a lot of ground. And yes, he finished 5th that day, but he just missed 3rd, to be fair. I think that this horse has a little bit of a forward move in him here for Brittany Russell. Well-muscled, well-conditioned. I like keeping him here at the 6. Now, he is wearing a short cup cheater blinker as well as a ring bit and a drop noseband. As I mentioned, a little tough to handle as far as steering is concerned. So I don't know if this is the first time or he's been wearing this, but definitely some, equipment that suggests that he should be easier to control. As we'll check in with number 7, Steerage, second off the claim for Bruce Brown. It's a shame that we didn't get to see this one's younger sister, Highway Harmony, yesterday in an off-the-turf event in which she was favored. There is more turf pedigree, you must admit, but I don't see this horse being that up against it physically, trying the main track. Looks great here overall for Bruce Brown, who did tell me that this horse at least works well enough over the dirt to maybe have a say here, but taking a short price does not seem like a good option, as I like Cumberland Blues in here. First off the claim, second start of his career for Rob Falcone. I liked him in the paddock the day he debuted, and today it's like game face is on. He is forward, he is much sharper. He's also put on more conditioning out of that race, a lot stronger behind the saddle. I think we'll see a move forward from number 10, Cumberland Blues. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. 5-1 on Cumberland Blues. Again, Jorge Vargas will be aboard this one first off the claim for Rob Falcone, and the only main track only that will be in as well. You would certainly think, Andy, that this is a horse that could potentially step forward. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the 1 in from Maryland, 8 and Sand.
Yeah, he's run twice in the dirt. Took some money, as many Brittany Russell horses do. Didn't do any running.
Here's the 2, Sinful Dancer for the Cantermasis.
I can understand people being reticent, but he's running against a soft field, and he won't be 7-2. He should be even money.
Martinez, he's actually run some okay races on the dirt.
Yeah, I'm going to beg to differ. I know he looks like he has. I want no part of this horse. Last time I ran the dirt was one of the worst fields we ran all year.
We've come to know Martinez's game at this point.
Yes.
Here's her 1 and only.
Unlike some pitchers, he's not fooling anybody. This horse actually didn't run that badly from a figure standpoint, 2 back. I threw this one in as a bomb.
Next in the post grade will be the 6, Sharp Sensation.
The only horse in this race to have finished first in a race. The only time he ran in the dirt was a route first time out, where he did very little running after showing brief speed.
Next will be the number 7, Steerage, who Maggie talked about in the paddock.
He's a better horse than he looks based on trips, but even that, he would have to improve on the dirt in all likely to win this race. A very unlikely winner that's massively overbet right now.
Next is the 5, A-Lister, who's been a little bit tough out there.
It's quite a name for this horse, A-lister. He looks like a C-lister to me.
We'll see if he settles down a little bit, hopefully so. Here's Brennan's War.
And the only time this horse has run in the dirt, he didn't run a step. He was going a mile that day, though.
Next is the number 10, Cumberland Blues.
He ran incredibly first time out, 3.5 lengths behind Sinful Dancer, but was claimed by Rav Falcone, whose horse has been running very, very well so far at the meet. So I think he is, not surprisingly, the strongest contender to upset. And by post time, you have to imagine the 2 will be a heavy favorite, and Cumberland Blues, the 10, will be the clear-cut second choice, as he should be.
You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. And if you're on Twitter, Andy just tweeted out a little bit of the background of Cumberland Blues as well for your listening pleasure.
Well, it is one of the great songs from one of the great albums, Working Man's Dead. It came out at the same time as American Beauty. Probably the Dead's best 2 albums, but great song. And the horse has got a lot of work to do to live up to the name.
Right. It's tough when you're named after
A Dead song.
music that people are well aware of as well, to live up to that.
Well, there was Burt Bacharach. Didn't he name that horse Heartlight many years ago before your time? She was a very, very good horse, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if there were good. So there have been a lot of horses named after Dead songs over the years.
Here is Sinful Dancer, meanwhile, as this is a horse who comes out of a second-place finish last time out using the speed.
I don't know why we're showing this replay, because this is about a turf race. And this race is no longer on the turf, so I think it'll give people the wrong impression. But yes, the reason I originally put this up, but I wouldn't have used it coming off the turf, was that this horse had actually ran
you saw anything.
better than it looks in the turf and his race schedule in the turf. I think some might have looked at that race and said he's not a turf horse. In actuality, he didn't run badly that day at all.
Comes out of a second-place finish for $25,000. He is first off the claim, but again, this is an off-the-turf race, and he has races certainly good enough. I mean, his first 2 races on the dirt were excellent. Unfortunately, he just never really lived up to that.
I imagine he is a horse that drove the owners and George Weaver absolutely insane. I mean, this horse started out his career running an 83 and an 82 buyer. He was favored against American Revolution,
and Water's Edge.
Right. Less than 6 months later, American Revolution won a Grade 1. And, you know, he's one of the better older horses in the country. And it just shows how difficult this game is, you know, how tough it is. And he's just a horse that's been in spots where he felt like he couldn't lose before, and he's failed to get it done and run badly. So I can understand why some people are reticent, take a short price. I can't blame them. I only saw the 10 on Cumberland Blues as the other horse in this race. To me, I just can't see anyone else winning. But I don't blame Maggie for taking a shot with a 10, because Sinful Dancer might be one of these horses that looks out there and says, there's got to be somebody here that can beat me. But maybe sometimes horses like this, and this is no knock on George Weaver, who you know I have an enormous amount of respect for, but sometimes a barn change for horses just works. And the Cantermachis do such a good job that I thought maybe going to their barn, they could get him to run his good race. But who knows?
And to be fair, last time was also the first time in his 11-race career that he had run for a claiming tag.
And he still lost.
And he still couldn't get the job done. But he's only had 1 claiming race to do with so far. So we shall see. For more on Sinful Dancer, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, you guys said it, and dropped all the way from the top to the bottom with regards to the New York bred maiden ranks. And he left a pretty sour taste in my mouth, because he let a horse beat him that I absolutely did not like whatsoever in the paddock. And basis risk won. And it looked like Sinful Dancer, for the first half a mile, couldn't lose the race. He easily found himself on the lead. Ears were up, just bounding along, and then poof, about the 3/16 pole, he said, oh no, you go right ahead. So while I have nothing negative whatsoever to say about him physically, he always looks good. It is just him. He's wearing the same blinkers for the new connections. He always wears a small cheater cup. I don't see anything really different with this horse moving to the new barn. So we'll see. Maybe it's just a product of him facing this off the turf field that gets him to the winner's circle, but he's not going to do it with me necessarily, Acacia. That's why I went to Cumberland Blues.
All right, Maggie, thank you. As we'll see what happens here in race number 2, Belmont at the Big A. Reminder, this race is off the turf for this New York bred maiden 40, now 6-5 on Sinful Dancer. Andy, what do you make of the number 1, 8 and Sand? It is his first time dropping in class, and he is a bit of a new face. So, as Maggie had mentioned, he doesn't seem like the easiest horse to ride coming in from out of town.
Yeah, and the truth of Brittany Russell is, as well as she does out of town, she just hasn't duplicated that success here, and this horse would have to dramatically improve. Listen, versus 17-1. I'm not trying to talk anybody off the horse, just not for me. I'll tell you what, Cumberland Blues is an overlay at 4-1 right now. He should be the clear-cut second choice. I'm not saying he should be 2-1, but I think he should be 3-1 in this race, because if Sinful Dancer loses, and he's made a career of losing, it feels to me like Cumberland Blues is way, way, way the second likeliest winner.
Yeah. The next horse that's taking some money besides those two is the number 7, Steerage, who's trying the dirt for the first time. This is a horse that it was a trip horse 2 starts back with that awful trip that he had up at Saratoga, and then stepped up to maiden special weight last time. But I think the question with him is that he's biased stern. The pedigree would suggest more turf. It's the question. He's never been on the dirt before.
If you're Bruce Brown and Connections, you stay in this race.
Yeah.
Because he can spend the winter here. He's a New York bred. If he runs credibly, he can run in New York bred maiden races. I think there's a good claim for 40,000. They just, they got optimistic last time, and they tried that race. And he also got into a race where there was a bullet run off speed, right? That horse that Jonathan liked, he was like 11-1, and he was leading, I think, with about 10 yards to go, and he ended up finishing like 4th.
Right.
But he ended up in a bad chasing situation, not only probably against better horses, but in a tough chasing situation. I thought he would have been very tough to beat in here. He and Sinful Dancer were clearly the 2 horses in this race in the turf. It's just unfortunate for the Connections. They got rained off.
Well, we'll see if Steerage can handle the dirt today. Bruce Brown telling Maggie that he thought he trained well enough over it. So we'll see how that translates here. Even money on the number 2, Sinful Dancer. Cumberland Blues, 7-2 right now. The one both Andy and Maggie a little bit intrigued by, to the outside. And we'll see as race number 2 off the turf again. Races 6 and 7 coming up a little bit later on today. Especially take note if you are playing that pick 6 with the carryover coming up. Those 2 races are on the turf. The other scheduled turf races are off the grass. 4-5 on Sinful Dancer. We played the feature on the Cantomasi brothers. Let's see if that's the hunch bet coming up here in the second. Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by for the rest of the load and call.
What's up, fella?
Waiting for her one and only, Brennan's War and Cumberland Blues.
Get back in with the tree, boss. Wide out.
Cumberland Blues goes in. We're set for race 2. And they're off. Number 6, Sharp Sensation, steadied sharply shortly after the start and is well behind the field. Cumberland Blues from the extreme outside is out first, with Steerage racing in second. The favorite, Sinful Dancer, is down at the rail in third. Her one and only is next in fourth. Brennan's War on the outside runs in fifth. 8 and Sand now advancing from 6th. It's 3 lengths back to Martinez, who is running in 7th. As the field goes into the far turn, on the outside there, towards the back of the pack, is a Lister, and way out of it is Sharp Sensation. Cumberland Blues ran the quarter in 23-1, leads by 1.5 lengths. Steerage running in second. Her one and only's on the extreme outside. In between horses, 8 and Sand. And down towards the rail is a Sinful Dancer. Half mile 47 and 2. Cumberland Blues is all out to hold off Steerage here as they pass the 8th pole. It is Cumberland Blues by a length and a half. Steerage in second. The others are far back. Cumberland Blues holding on to the lead. Steerage giving chase, but will not catch Cumberland Blues and Jorge Vargas Jr. Steerage finished second. Then her one and only and Sinful Dancer.
Cumberland Blues, first off the claim for Rob Falcone, gets the job done in his second start. Certainly an improvement off of that first effort, Andy.
Yeah, and a very good ride here, just going to the front. Who? Is it?
Vargas.
Vargas, I'm sorry. Well, Vargas is a good aggressive rider, and this is what you need here. We saw the first race wire to wire, and you almost wonder if maybe Inside Speed's going to be okay today. To what we saw the first 2 races, though they both were logical winners, and he went down to an appropriate 5-2 at the end. Sinful Dancer wasn't winning, and he is just a phony. It doesn't matter whose barns he's in. He would benefit from a rider, though, that would have a little bit more of a sense of urgency, because there was no interest in having him more forwardly placed. And you can't ride 4 to 5 shots in races and not be aggressive with these horses. You've got to put him in the race. Having said that, he stunk.
Especially he does have some early speed, didn't use it today. The one setting the pace was the number 7 Steerage, who held on for second, but it was the number 10 Cumberland Blues with the win, 10-7-4-2. And again, Jorge Vargas Jr. picked up the mount, got the win here. The number 4, her one and only at 45-1 with Heeman Harkey, checked in third. And you had mentioned this horse had a good buyer speed figure 2 starts back.
Yeah, I mean, this horse had run in the dirt and run a 60 by or 2 back and was 45-1.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have had it because I wouldn't have used Steerage.
Right.
If the finish had been 10-4-2 or 10-2-4, I'd have felt like an even bigger idiot than I already am.
Race number 2, Belmont at the Big A in the books. And Cumberland Blues is making his way back to the winner's circle to get his picture taken. Bring you prices, results, and take a look at what is still to come after this break on America's Day at the Races.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte and the 2 of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 Hopeful.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Cumberland Blues into the winner's circle for race 2, main track only. Trainer Rob Falcone had a double yesterday, $7.50 winner here today, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Acacia, he is in fact 3 for his last 3 here at the Big A. And Rob, some nice price winners yesterday, but this one second choice, Cumberland Blues, in only his second start, though you claimed him out of his first race. You're a guy who's not shy about claiming maidens in their debuts. Talk a little bit about the theory and kind of what you look for in claiming those types.
I think a lot goes into it. You know, you pay attention in the mornings, and you know, this horse is one of them. You know, even in Saratoga, he finished third by, you know, a handful of lengths, but it was a tough maiden quarter. First time out, I remember he gave him a little trouble in the gate, so they just gave him a lot more mature, you know, as you know, after the first start. And he came to the barn in good shape, and, you know, he was working good in the mornings.
He's a good-looking type, too. I'm sure that helped you with your decision. And, too, we saw you, yesterday teaming up with Nick Juarez for an upset winner in After 5, and today with Jorge Vargas. Obviously, this is a pickup mount, but, guys that don't ride here quite as often, talk a little bit about using them.
You know, I think there's a lot of jockeys out there that are good. You know, it just depends on who gets the best chances, I feel like, in most of the races. And jockeys obviously make a huge difference in races and how the race sets up and who's, strength-wise and stuff like that. But there's a load of good riders out there, Nick, I've teamed up with I know Nick a long time, and I teamed up with him before and won down at Gulf Stream first couple of years I started training. I think he's a good rider. Vargas a good rider. He rode for me a couple at Parks. So, I wasn't really too concerned about the jockey decision. I was just happy to get them and happy that they got the job done.
Now, with a horse like Cumberland Blues, you obviously have, the starter in your hands. You have New York bred options. Where do you go with a horse like this that breaks his maiden for 40?
It's kind of a tough decision. Sometimes the starters come up a little bit tough, than you would think. So we'll see. But, we have different options, see how it comes back and go from there.
Yeah, see how fast it comes back. Well, congratulations here. Quite a run you're having here at the Big A.
Thank you.
All right, Ralph Falcone enjoying this Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. Acacia, it's been a fruitful one so far.
Indeed, 3 for his last 3 in form right now is Rob Falcone. Congratulations to the team. Cumberland Blues getting the win here in race number 2. As we turn the page, Andy, we take a look at what's coming up in the 3rd. This one, a scheduled main track race. 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $35,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 3 in life, and currently we have Dafuski Island at even money, risk profile at 3-2.
Do we remember what Dafuski Island is?
It's a place in South Carolina.
Right.
Yes.
There's something interesting about it or something?
The original owners, I believe, had a house there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, his job got a lot easier when the other Speed Quick Flash scratched.
We'll talk more about this 3rd race in a moment. We'll also talk about what's coming up tomorrow in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Bill Mott and Warlike Goddess will be showing a little bit of girl power as the multiple graded stakes winner will take on the boys for the first time in that Grade 1 affair.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse Run Happy is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farms so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following C, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds, and it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter, so you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people are expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy, for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
And our program is brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. Standing now at Claiborne Farm as we take a look at what's coming up this weekend. The graded stakes schedule. I won't even say stake schedule because they're all graded stakes to look forward to, Andy, including the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, another jam-packed weekend here at Belmont at the Big A. As we get ready to pay tribute with the Turf Classic, now named the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, paying tribute to a true legend in this sport, one of the great turf riders of the game.
When his last column appeared in the Daily Racing Form on December 6th, 2003, announcing his retirement, Joe Hirsch stated he was the luckiest feller in the world. Hirsch, however, made everyone else he encountered feel as if they were the luckiest person in the world. When Hirsch left this earth in 2009, things became a bit darker for all who knew him and for those who only knew of him. The awe over the sport's most legendary turf rider's 55-year dedication to his craft and his excellence as a human being remained unchanged.
Joe is one of those rare journalists that people liked and respected. I don't necessarily know that there was a fear in them. If you have that respect, people will tell you things that they necessarily wouldn't tell somebody else. And knowing that he would treat it in the proper way, and he just never, he never disparaged people.
They'll always say, well, there'll be another Wayne Gretzky or another Michael Jordan. You know, it's forever's a long time, and there might be someone who comes along who's like Joe years from now, but I'm glad I met the original.
Hired by the Daily Racing Form's sister publication, the now defunct Morning Telegraph, in 1948, Hirsch was sent to Narragansett Park after being on the desk to cover other sports and discovered the love of his life, horse racing. Named as the Form's executive columnist in 1974, Hirsch was the co-founder and first president of the National Turf Riders Association and received more awards than any other rider in the sport's history. The press box at Saratoga Racecourse is named after him, as was the Turf Classic Invitational Stakes in 2004. The Hall of Fame's Media Roll of Honor is named after Hirsch, and deservedly so, as countless journalists benefited from his largesse, patience, and wisdom in including Jay Privman and David Grenning. One of his most memorable sentences was about 5-time Horse of the Year Kelso, in which he wrote, "Once upon a time, there was a horse named Kelso, but only once. Once upon a time, there was a turf rider named Joe Hirsch, but only once."
And the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic coming up on Saturday here at Belmont at the Big A is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, fitting to have a Grade 1 named after somebody who contributed so much to the sport of horse racing and a terrific field that we have assembled here, Andy, too. So take a look at who's lining up for this year's rendition of the 1.5-mile trip on the turf, including the mare Warlike Goddess, who suffered a defeat in the Flower Bowl last time out, but she certainly has a very strong resume.
And there's a real history of very good race mares running in this race. Weah, I think, won the second running in 1978. All along in that brilliant skein of 4 straight wins, started the Arc de Triomphe, 4 wins in 3 countries over 5 weeks. She won it in 83. And Warlike Goddess, she's going to get a little pace from the horse on the rail in here. A lot of people were very critical of Joel Rosario last time. Maybe he was a little overconfident. I thought people went overboard about the whole criticism, but I get it, because she is the best horse in the race. But Virginia Joy got a very good ride from Myrat Ortiz. She's good. She's the horse to beat in here, but it's not by any means a one-horse race.
We do have the first and third place finishers coming out of the Sword Dancer, both for trainer Christophe Clement. That's Gufo and Soldier Rising. Gufo, 2-time winner of the Sword Dancer. He's a horse that's always right there, but one that will be coming from very far back.
Both of he and Soldier Rising got tremendous rides in here. I thought Jose Ortiz's ride on Soldier Rising was exceptional. I have a feeling that Christophe Clement, as grumpy as he was about us not being at Belmont Park, this was one race he didn't mind being moved over here, because some of Gufo's best races, now he's run very well around 2 turns. I don't think he's a 3-turn specialist, but he has run so well winning the last 2 runnings of the Sword Dancer that it really suits him very well. And, you know, Warlike Goddess is going to be the favorite. And you can say she's the horse to beat, but she's never run against horses. I mean, you can say Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf last time she should have won, but she's running against some pretty high-quality, accomplished horses in here. It's not going to be easy for her. And Gufo, on his day, he's a good horse.
We'll see if Gufo can pick up another Grade 1 win. Meanwhile, stepping back into Graded Stakes company is Bye Bye Melvin. He will go the 1.5 mile for the first time. Physically, Andy, though, he's a horse that looks like he wants to go the distance, and he is the younger brother to Mean Mary, who did excel around the longer distances.
No, she won the 1.5 mile Orchid down at Gulfstream, which I'm sure you're well aware of, having been there, down there in the warmth while we were freezing up here. But she's also an extremely accomplished horse. Unfortunately, she got injured after the Beverly D last year when second to Santa Barbara and was retired. But she was really a machine, and he's been exceptional. Not quite good enough to back when I needed him at a big price. But he's gotten very good for Graham Motion. You know what he's doing, and there is nobody that can challenge him on the front end.
As Graham joked with me after his win last time out, I said, it's Mean Mary's little brother. He said, yes, so there's nothing little about him, and a tough horse to train who has been gelded and maybe has a big future moving forward.
Well, he's also a horse that showed real promise earlier in his career. He was laid off for a long time, but it's not like he came out of nowhere.
Yes.
He always ran well in his races. Not always, but often.
Well, Naira Bets Saturday contests are here and better than ever. Naira Bets have added $2,000 to the prize pool this week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today. It's about 1:30, so you've got a few hours, but don't miss it. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. So much excitement coming up on Saturday. There is Defuski Island in the paddock for race 3, Belmont at the Big A. That's our next order of business on today's show. We'll see the drop in class if Trevor McCarthy can guide this horse to the winner's circle. More on him and the rest of the field after this.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
We're in good company, Andy, with the Pope. He's been here at Aqueduct.
Gave out the cold double that day.
Wow.
Crushed it, yeah.
Fantastic. Aqueduct Racetrack opened 128 years ago. So much history here. So many great racehorses that have stepped on that track.
Yeah, he's right behind Draymond Green for being on Talking Horses right now.
We never got a chance to see you do Talking Horses with the Queen. That's something
yeah, it's one of the great losses for her, too, and me.
Tefusky Island kicks off the post parade for the 3rd.
Looks like the controlling speed here is race 2 back, probably wins it. You do have to be a little concerned about his terrible effort, albeit against some tougher horses last time.
Dropping in class, here's your current favorite, Risk Profile.
I do prefer Risk Profile here. I liked her more with him more with the presence of the 6, but I think he can be closer. He's just been tough off the layoff, and then he came back 4 days later off the turf. I prefer him, like the public.
Here's our boy Cheekham.
Very hard to make a case for this horse to be any better than 4th here.
And number 4, Dr. Love.
He at least has some comparable efforts, and I guess he could get a piece in here, but it's hard to make cases beyond the 1 and 2 in this race. The other 2 horses would be upsetters.
6-5 right now on Risk Profile. You can earn a $20 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $100 each at Belmont, at the Big A, and Keeneland today. Keeneland back in action, and you can earn a $20 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and play today. Don't miss out on that great bonus over at Naira Bets. Taking a look at the number 1 at Tefusky Island, who is dropping in class for Charlie Baker, and he's a horse that does have some early foot. There were some key scratches of Cousin Andrew and Quick Flash in this race here, Andy, and we'll see if Tefusky Island can go back to this race. We saw 2 starts back from him.
Well, I mean, you have to think they're going to be aggressive. You know, Trevor likes to be aggressive, and even though he's not a horse that has extreme speed, he's got more speed than the horses in this race, and that's all it really takes. And with a clean break, he should be out front. He's the horse to beat, and you don't want to make too much out of 2 races, but we've seen 2 merry-go-round races, and it's not just that we saw speed hold, it's that nobody made any runs in the back of the pack at all in those races. So it does help his running style, though I don't think that Risk Profile in this small field is going to be that far off it. Jose Lezcano can't allow that horse to get too big an advantage.
For more on Tefusky Island and this field, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And I don't think Jose Lezcano is going to, Andy, as we'll take a look at Tefusky Island coming in here off of a disappointing effort where he was just involved with that pace stool that got pretty hot up front, but he readily chucked in the towel at about the 3/8 pole, going back to that Saratoga race in which we were dealing with at a time that the track was a little tiring, was a little deeper, and for a horse like him who is a little bit on the smaller side, I don't know if that was really to his advantage. but back in a more realistic spot here with regards to class, and I really can't fault him. He got a little bit hot in the paddock, but nothing too bad. Though we've seen Trevor McCarthy keep him with the pony, where number 2, Risk Profile, and Jose Lezcano is a rider that often will keep horses with their lead pony. He immediately took him away, gave him a big warm-up, has been trotting him consistently now. He's going to keep this horse close like he did last time out, in which that was a fairly quick pace, albeit that held together with Under Oath. But I think that Jose has seen the first 2 races and seeing that it's going to help to be forwardly placed today. And this guy he looks great. I mean, as Andy said, he was coming off of a short, layoff and a short rest, and the things you look for, weight and energy, and he's ticking off every box. So for me, I'm going to opt with the favorite here, Risk Profile, with that drop in class, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, came off of a layoff and then had that 4-day turnaround in that off-the-turf race last time out. Gotten a little bit of a freshening here and in for the $35,000. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. An absolutely beautiful day in New York once again, which is great to see. And you would imagine, Andy, when we come to tomorrow, with yesterday totally off the turf, today several races off, the grass is going to be in great condition by tomorrow with the weather that we've had.
I mean, I think, to be fair, we couldn't have been on yesterday after the 4 inches of rain
Right.
and today, but I also think you want to play it safe. We're going to be on the turf for 2 more months here at Aqueduct, more use than these courses have ever gotten over this period of time, and you want to be on for Saturday and Sunday, so it's always better. I mean, you can run races, but it could chew the course up enough that it's going to take a toll at some point in November, and I'd rather lose a turf race here and there right now than lose 2 weeks of turf race, and I think everyone would agree in November.
Absolutely. So many good races still to come, as you can get a good look at the 2 turf courses here at the Big A, which are in terrific condition as they look. And we'll look forward to seeing, again, races 6 and 7 on today, but some big turf races to look forward to. Of course, the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, but also tomorrow the Matron for the 2-year-old fillies on the grass. Very fun race.
One of the horses from that race, I think is interesting. The horse for Phil Schoenthal, is entered against the boys on Sunday, and I can't blame him. At this point,
Didn't
there really
she win?
isn't.
She won against the boys at Colonial last
Yeah,
time.
But you would think the Rosie's.
Yes.
Rosie's Stakes. And she was impressive last time. So horse that Phil had shipped up to Saratoga that ran in that race that came off the turf that American Rocket won. I should have known Rocket. And then she ran the turf and didn't run that well, but then she really exploded last time. I thought she ran very well last time.
Determined Jester, Forrest Boyce, will be in to ride as well, as she's ridden that filly in her last 2 races. She's entered in the Matron, potentially could take on the boys, as she won against the boys in the Rosies last time out. That's coming up this weekend. Always fun with the 2-year-olds as they kind of sort themselves out.
Yeah, and I think that, listen, this was a very good move by Martin Panza to move the Matron and Futurity of the turf. They were dying on the vine.
Yep.
They're some of the most historic races in the country because, you go back into the 70s, they were the biggest purse race in the country, Futurities, Matron for the fillies, because they had nomination fees starting when the horses were foals. So back in the day when races like the Whitney would be $50,000 or $75,000, the Futurity was worth almost $200,000, which was huge money back in the 70s. I remember seeing this as a kid and figuring out, why are these races, and they still have, I think, those couple of those big purse races at Finger Lakes might be similar to that,
right?
Where they have those nomination fees and they build up. So by moving the turf, they've become really good races and often get big fields. So listen, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, I could argue that it shouldn't be a Breeders' Cup race, but it's a really fun race to handicap and bet on. But what it's done is it's become the most winnable Breeders' Cup race out there, and people are happy to take a shot and run there. And so it creates fun opportunities, though, if the Platinum Queen comes from Europe, the 2-year-old that beat the boys in the Prix de l'Abeille and Arc Day, that might make it a little tougher for the U.S. 2-year-olds.
It certainly could. Well, we'll see what happens with the 2-year-old turf sprinters this weekend on Saturday and Sunday with the Matron and the Futurity. A lot to look forward to as we have co-even money shots in this third race. Belmont at the Big A. Compact field and the inside two do seem to be the most logical two.
Yeah, they're both even money. Maggie and I both go to risk profile. Maggie's trying to go 3 for 3 to start the day. But then, Maggie, you're under pressure because you got to help people in the pick 6 because the fourth race, the first leg of the carryover, and for those of you who don't know, almost $208,000 carryover today, it's a real crapshoot because the only horse that has real dirt form is Eagle in Love, and he's about as unreliable a horse as it gets off a terrible, terrible performance. I thought Anthony Stabile made a good point with him. He either runs well or runs horrendously.
Yes.
Not a good horse to use for second in the exacta.
That will be a tough one for sure. Race number 4 does kick off that pick 6 with that big carryover that's coming up next. But here we have race 3, Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the main track. Hope you're getting your tickets ready for that carryover coming up. There is Dafuski Island, who's dropping in class. Trevor McCarthy will be riding this one. Risk Profile, the other even money choice in this third race. We'll send it up to track announcer John Imbriel with the call.
Risk Profile moves into the starting gate. Now we're waiting for our boy Cheekham and Dr. Love. We're set for the third. And they're off. Dafuski Island from the inside post is out first. Risk Profile racing in second, then our boy Cheekham, Dr. Love, the early trailer up the backstretch. And it is Dafuski Island leading here by a half length with Risk Profile in second. And then our boy Cheekham on the outside in third. A break of 2, back to Dr. Love. And it is still Dafuski Island showing the way here. Ran the quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Dafuski Island and Risk Profile. The two favorites remain 1-2 here going around the far turn. It's the even money choice, Dafuski Island, and the 4-5 favorite Risk Profile. A half length separates them, with Dr. Love now up into third, and our boy Cheekham is at the back. Dafuski Island continues to lead here as the field heads for home. It's Dafuski Island by 2.5 lengths. Risk Profile is all out in second and being asked for more. Now a furlong to the finish. Dafuski Island by 3. Risk Profile is in second, farther back Dr. Love and our boy Cheekham. Dafuski Island has it wrapped up under jockey Trevor McCarthy. Risk Profile completes the exacta.
Dafuski Island and an aggressive ride by Trevor McCarthy pays off. And Andy, that's now 3 races we've seen where the winner has wired the field.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty clear that we have a strong inside bias. And it's not that Dafuski Island couldn't win, but it's the way he was able to draw away from Risk Profile. And here, he isn't that much of a better horse than that one. And just outside, trying to chase outside, took a real toll on Risk Profile. And I think one of the real marks of a big inside bias is that not only do horses run better than expected with inside trips, it's horses chasing outside run worse than you would expect. And the exaggerated result here indicates that it is a very big advantage to be inside and a big disadvantage to be outside. We'll see how that affects things going forward, but it throws another monkey wrench into this pick 6 sequence.
Even money winner Dafuski Island with Trevor McCarthy in the saddle for trainer Charlie Baker gets the win. Was asked right out of the gate, and that aggressive ride, it did pay off. It was 1-2-4-3 as Risk Profile was in that chasing position every step of the way. We'll take a quick time out here on America's Day at the Races. We'll bring you prices, some reactions from the third, and get ready for the start of that pick 6 carryover after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Lloydstown.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the third race, it was the third wire-to-wire winner of the day, Daufuskie Island, aggressively handled by Trevor McCarthy, able to take them every step of the way to get his third lifetime win in this third race here at Belmont at the Big A. $4.20 winner is Maggie standing by with the winning jockey.
Yes, please be joined by Trevor here in the paddock. And Trevor, Daufuskie Island, a horse that you're familiar with. You handled him aggressively from the onslaught. And Trevor, talk a little bit about the track today. I often find that here in New York, when it's the day after a wet track, that's when you find these more speed favoring surfaces.
Yeah, look, the first two races played speed on the rail today, and later on in the day yesterday, I kind of thought the rail was getting good. We're a couple horses inside, we're really running well, and I was just hoping after the first race, I said, let me stick to what was yesterday. And look, we got a great trip, but it was a little bit of a disappointing effort in the first race with the Clement horse. But I still thought the rail was really in good shape, but maybe the speed was just too good. And look, drawing the one hole today and the speed scratch on the outside, I said, I'm definitely going. And here's a horse who likes to be on the lead, was in the right spot today. And, you know, he was unfortunate that he stumbled really bad last time in Saratoga, but look, he put on a pretty nice performance, and it's a shame they lost him. But
as Charlie does great work, as you well know, but too, you're often a rider than we've seen when you ride the winters here that picks up very quickly on the track biases. Is that, you know, watching the races while you're out there, or feeling how the surface rides underneath of you?
a little bit of both, you know, but mostly I would say watching it is probably the key effort to paying attention to it. You know, sometimes your horses might act like they're not handling it as well, and maybe others are. And look, just watching the races today, it just shows how deadly maybe speed on the rail will be.
Hustle him, Trevor. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations here with Daufuskie Island.
Thanks so much.
All right, Trevor McCarthy, one of the hardest working jocks that we have here in New York. I was just talking to him, Acacia, and he has to go to Meadowlands. He was supposed to ride the stake. That horse scratched, but he's going to still make the trip to ride the last for Chad Brown.
Hard-working, and it's paying off. Trevor McCarthy picking up another win in race number 3. Maggie, thank you. Race 4 coming up next. This claiming race off the turf, non-winners of 2 in life. And this is the race that does kick off today's Pick 6 sequence. Again, 207,000 in the pool to start with that carryover. But before we get to that, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, one of the things that we really highlight quite a lot here in New York is looking after our own. And for those who work on the backstretch, their children have the opportunity here in the state of New York to start off on the right foot.
BEST stands for the Backstretch Employee Service Team of New York. We are a nonprofit that's been in existence since 1989, and our mission is, to put it simply, what our motto is, which is caring for the people who care for the horses. shortly before the pandemic. Best assumed oversight and control of the education program here at Belmont. The program now consists of 3 main pieces. First is an English as a Second Language, or ESL class, where workers come to learn English, which is very important for their work and also for them to better integrate with the larger community.
And I used to being in the program before, maybe 10 years ago, and see the English classes and the groom class, and see how best help all these people. So one day I hear they need somebody to help the English teacher as assistant. So present myself, Mr. Purchains gave me the opportunity to join the team, so this is how I'm starting the program.
My goal has been to create a community here where they all feel comfortable, they all feel safe when we're in the classroom, and I think that resonates with them, and I think they see that and they reciprocate the same energy and they like it. They keep coming back. So, when you like something, when something is good, when it's improving your life, you're going to tell other people that you care about, like, hey, you should come here. This has been really great for me. And that's how we've been getting the word to mouth. And also by going around the barns, telling people about it, and people that have been very hesitant to come in the beginning, they come to one class and another class, and then you see them there all the time because they're comfortable there. We don't just learn about grammar in English. We read newspaper stories, we watch movies, we watch documentaries. So it helps them with not just English, but just to learn and educate themselves with other things as well.
See, there's people come with no word in English, but now they can speak, they can keep a conversation. And one of these people who learn when they come to work.
We also have a computer lab where people can learn basics and beyond of how to operate a computer. We also have a citizenship training class where we train people to help them take the citizenship test. And for me, as a professional, as a person, there's nothing more rewarding than seeing one of the Backstretch workers become an American citizen.
When I see my coworkers speak English with the boss, with the trainers, when they do the things by themselves, I feel proud because I feel like I'm being part of their progress,
And the work that Best does here to assist those working on the backstretch, such a huge piece of this industry as we continue to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. Of course, goes through the 15th of October, but it's so important every day, Andy, to highlight those individuals that work on the backstretch, because our sport really would be nowhere without those individuals and the work they do every day.
There's no question about it. They're the people that make things go. They allow us to have jobs to work here, and there's a lot of work goes into horse racing. But the people in the backstretch do such a big part of the hard work, also without any real recognition, and they deserve a lot of recognition. They work very hard, and taking care of the people in the backstretch is paramount to keeping this game. It's the right thing to do for the people, but it's also important for keeping the game going.
The true unsung heroes of the game, too, and I love every opportunity we have when a horse wins to highlight the groom, the hot worker, the people that have been there with that horse day in and day out. Such an important piece of it as well.
Without their love and care of the horses, we'd be nowhere.
And I'm sure those people on the backstretch and all the teams for the racing outfits will be cheering on their big horses this weekend in all of the graded stakes that we have to look forward to here at Belmont at the Big A. As we take a look at the weekend stake schedule, the Vosburg coming up on Saturday as well will be an interesting one, as Elite Power, Andy, a horse that looks like he has quite a lot of talent too for Belmont. As you mentioned, Baby Yoda we'll see running today. Elite Power we saw winning at Saratoga last time out.
Yeah, I mean, he is in the same position that all three of the horses to beat are in. They're closers in a race that has absolutely no pace to it. And you wonder if this track truly is biased, how it could affect this race tomorrow, because these horses are all closer types. No question Elite Power has improved. He's getting better with every start. He beat a Dallas Stewart horse in here that came back and ran a similar fig in his next start at Churchill Downs. He's the right favorite in this race, coming off the good efforts, especially considering his biggest challenge, an horse that's run faster figures, is coming off such a poor effort at Saratoga.
Elite Power has won his last three. This will be his first try in graded stakes company, but a Juddmonte runner called by Curlin, who obviously is a little quirky. You saw him with his head turn there. A little bit of a tricky horse to ride, but elite power as he is 6-5. We'll take a look at Southern District, who will break from the rail. He had back-to-back three wins in a row, I should say, before trying the tail of the cat last time out, which was wired by Isolate.
He's won going 2 turns, but he's probably better in these one-turn races when he can be like an elongated sprint and the pace usually gets hotter. But the lack of the speed in this race has to be extremely concerning for Southern District. And not only did he run horrendously up in Saratoga, it was a day, though, that speed was doing very, very well, but he didn't lift a hoof there. He's run the fastest figures of anybody in this race. He's got two of the best, the two best figures in the field. And he has the only triple-digit buyers, but you have to be concerned about his lack of speed and his last effort.
And then to the outside, there is the ageless 8-year-old multiple graded stakes winner Drafted, yet another closer type, but he is such a cool horse for Dave Duggan.
It's crazy that we're running what used to be the race that decided the sprint championship every year, and there's absolutely no speed signed on whatsoever. Now, Drafted is a horse that's made runs in races without paces before against some pretty good horses. The only graded stakes winner in this field. Yeah. He's a very cool horse. I really enjoy watching him run for David Duggan. And, you know, you watch him just swallowing up the free-running Chateau in this race. And you sort of always felt, I think it was Jose Ortiz, that Jose always kind of having him measured in this race. I'm a big Drafted fan. Looking forward to seeing what he does in this race tomorrow.
As he's coming off of a 5th place finish in the Grade 1 Forgo, but a very cool horse. It's a fun one to watch. An 8-year-old by Field Commission going out for Dave Duggan. That's the Vosburg that we have to look forward to tomorrow. And this is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Here's a look at the sequence for the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Belmont at the Big A. We saw Champagne, Mascrillo, Pilgrim, and Frazette already. So we have the Vosburg tomorrow, the Futurity on Sunday. Still to look forward to. And speaking of the Futurity, which is for the Juvenile Turf Sprint, a race you and I were just talking about, Andy, and taking a look at Gaslight Dancer, who will try to punch his ticket into that Breeders' Cup race.
I'm always a little worried at taking Kentucky Downs races at face value because it's a weird track and you'll see horses run there unexpectedly well or unexpectedly poorly. But I got to tell you, this was some performance by this horse. You know, I looked at the day. Speed did fairly well, but I don't think it was an overwhelming bias there. I mean, he was just cruising out there on the turf, and I think he probably is I think he'll be favored by post time. David's got him very close. The worry about Najarok, who I thought ran very well last time, is he's coming back on such short rest for the race, whereas Inflation Nation and Gaslight Dancer, his two biggest rivals, they've had a lot more time.
Inflation Nation, who broke his maiden at second asking up at Saratoga, did regress from a buyer speed figure standpoint. They got the job done at a shorter price. Second out, he has been freshened up since that September 1st effort. Jose Ortiz will be in the saddle.
And I think by design, you have to imagine Christophe Clement was pointing for this race and hopefully then taking a trip to the Breeders' Cup. The only knock on him is he's had perfect trips in both of his races. Now, that's not to say he won't get another good trip here, but he has had very good trips. Interestingly enough, this is one of those figures. The buyer has the number much lower. Craig Mulkowski's Timeform US figures have him running pretty much the same race in both of those races. Very, very good. It's one of those numbers where buyer and Timeform disagree. I'm not saying one is more right than the other one. I don't think he was involved in some sort of wicked pace scenario that pumped it up, but I think Inflation Nation's going to be tough in this race.
And as we often say, too, with the 2-year-olds, there's a lot of improvement that can still come. And we'll see who will take a step forward in the Grade 3 Futurity, going 6 furlongs on the turf on Sunday. Race number 4 coming up next. Meanwhile, here, Belmont at the Big A. We are off the turf. This does kick off this Pick 6 carryover. It's a non-winners of 2 in life as we take a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Acacia Clement, Andy Serling here with you. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California or San Diego, we're very happy to have you joining us. The sun is shining, and we have a carryover in the Pick 6, which is about to start here, Andy.
Yeah, big carryover, our biggest carryover in quite a while, $208,000. There really isn't that much bet right now. There's still, about 12 minutes to go or a little bit more than that, and there's only about $300,000 bet in the pool. And keep in mind, it's got to be almost $850,000 for it to be not even to break even point with the carryover. Anything under that, it looks like it will be under that. There's going to be a lot of positive equity in this sequence, but not an easy sequence to navigate.
Not an easy way to kick it off either. Best of luck if you are playing the Pick 6, which does start here in the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. This race is off the turf. Races 6 and 7 throughout the sequence are still on the turf to be run on a yielding turf course. The other scheduled turf races throughout the day are still off after all of that rain that we had earlier this week. Here's a look at the field. Currently, the number 4, Ginsu Warrior, is 5-2 as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these horses. And Maggie, of course, with this race coming off the turf, it does change how you're going to navigate this upcoming 4th race to start the Pick 6.
Acacia, exactly. It's a tough race to figure out as the sun is so bright down here that I feel like I'm going to sneeze staring up at the sun. So we'll take a look here at Jinzu Warrior, a horse that, yes, his figures are much better on the turf, but we'll see how he fares here moving back to the main track. And a horse that consistently does have a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate, where I think when he gets to go the longer distances, it mitigates that a bit. So therefore, it will lead to him possibly and hopefully getting better position forward from the gate, because that's what the name of the game today is. Now, this is one of the more fit times I've seen this horse appear prior to a race. I think number 5, Sebaray, in here is a bit intriguing, as Ray Handel, was determined to get this horse on the turf, and it paid off last time. But they debuted him on a good track, or I should say debuted him with this barn. And look, he's always a horse that's a bit washy, so don't really pay any attention to that. I'm wondering if they decide to get a bit aggressive. We saw Jorge Vargas be aggressive earlier, because he's a horse that definitely gets sharp prior to his races. And furthermore, I think he is one that could be okay on the dirt. And the fact that now he might be a horse that's just improving, being in Ray's barn a bit longer, that and just in general, that he could be effective here. I think he is fairly intriguing, and he's a generous price of 11-1. As we'll move on to number 12, that is Dream of a Day, trying the dirt for the first time as he comes off the claim for Horacio de Paz. And this is a horse that mainly has turf pedigree, and he looks it here in the paddock as Unbelievable Dream. She was a good turf runner, and all of her foals have been better on the turf. Carpe Diem can go a little bit either way, to be fair, but has a turf hoof, looks like a turf horse, looks great overall, dappled head to toe, healthy looking, but I can't get behind this horse at a short price trying the surface for the first time. And furthermore, it's not like he has any speed whatsoever, as number 13 is Timbuktu. It's kind of the same thing with him, as he's a son of Munnings. The dam went 3 for 4 on the turf. The sibling, who albeit is by point of entry, whose progeny do tend to be better on the turf, was better on that surface, and he looks like a turf horse. It's a shame too, because he looks phenomenal. This is by far the best I've ever seen Timbuktu look. So, Acacia, we're dealing with a lot of horses that might be struggling with the surface, and also it's kind of a race where you struggle to pinpoint a horse that's going to be forward. So I'd be willing to take my chances here with Sebaray.
All right, Maggie, thank you. I like it. A nice price on that one right now with 10-1 as the Pick 6 starts here. We had that carryover of 207,000, and look at this new element that we have. Isn't it exciting?
That really is amazing. I love that. That is kind of cool, actually. I picked Sebaray in this race. My feeling with Sebaray was that even though he is a turf horse and he improved on the turf, he improved a lot first time for Ray Handel as well. And so I thought he was interesting. I'm not sure he can be the speed here. I think a lot of guys are going to start going, and that could create some chaos out there, to be honest with you. But I do think that he's an interesting horse at a price. I want to talk about the 13 a little bit here, Timbuktu. Listen, who knows? Maybe he should have been a turf dirt horse all along. He's a horrendous gamble at 5-2. If you're gambling, you should be booking him at 5-2, not betting him. This horse has Claim Me written all over it. He's eligible for non-winners of 1 New York bred races that have big purses. There's still going to be opportunities for him to run the turf this year. the winner's share of that purse is well over the $30,000 he's offered for. And he's run reasonably well. He had a big trip. He ran well 3 back. He had a big trip 2 back. He didn't have the best of trips last time, though not a terrible one. And he would have been one of the choices in the New York bred non-winners of won on the turf at a mile and a 16th, whatever distance. And they dropped him in for 30. And the fact that they left him in off the turf, because he's going to be claimed out of this race, is, to me, says, I don't want any part of this guy. And now you're betting him from an outside post on a track that might be very kind inside speed runners. He has no speed, and I don't care what the rider does in here. Is it Kendrick?
Yes.
I don't know. Unless the crevice swallows up the other horses, it's very hard to see him in front. And he's 5-2.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't think of a worse gamble.
He's that big, bulky son of Munnings. He's not a horse that looks tremendously agile and like one who will be forward and tough to trust in this spot. Let's meet the field, though, Andy, starting with the number 2, Sundays, with Sandy, who's taking some attention.
Well, at the end of the day, this horse has not run horrendously in the dirt. Interestingly enough, a much better turf horse. Has never been in a dry dirt track, but unfortunately he's getting bet because he's got good figures on the turf.
Here's Ginsu Warrior for the Noda Barn.
Well, he's run well enough on the dirt. He's trained by a barn, the Nodas, that have woken up. They win in spots, and he's potentially the inside speed.
C. Beret, and you and Maggie had interest in.
Yeah, I gave my case for him. Maggie gave her case for him, and I just think that he's an interesting player and a very generous price right now.
Has only ever run on the dirt. Here's Eagle in Love.
Yeah, I mean, he's the dirt horse in the race. They were trying the turf, and he actually has some pedigree for it. He's just a very hard horse to trust.
Next will be the number 11, Milano, New Gelding.
Yeah, I thought Milano was a little bit interesting in here. His last race in the dirt was fast enough to make him a player in New Gelding.
Here is Dream of a Day, as Maggie touched on. Pedigree and form would suggest all turf.
Yeah, he's another one. He's 9-2. I wouldn't use. He has no speed. He's got no dirt pedigree. Good luck to him.
And here's Timbuktu.
Yeah, he's about as bad a favorite as you could possibly find in this game. The idea, there are really only negatives for this horse. I can't think of a positive for him, honestly. He's slow. He has an outside post. He's a turf horse. And his trainer, one of the best trainers in the game, who's won 2 consecutive Eclipse Awards for top trainer, is saying, please take him off my hands.
He has the for sale sign out.
This is the kind of horse that this horse, I mean, if I was making a huge pick 6 play, you know, enormous amount of money, he's a C maybe somewhere. But this horse would be a very insignificant part of my play. There's no trainer stats in this race. No, that's for turf. That's for turf, guys. I can't say enough about what a ridiculously bad gamble he is at 5-2.
He's very tough to trust in this spot on a surface that he has never run on before. But the pool is continuing to grow. We welcome in Jonathan Kinchin here with us for the first time today. JK, I know it's always exciting, a 2-day pick 6 carryover. What are some keys to the sequence for you today?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often in this day and age. There's so many people that are playing and so many people that are playing efficiently. A lot of times these tough tickets get hit. When you get a double carryover, it is a special opportunity for horse players. In this first leg, I thought it was tough. I'm going to hit the all button in real life. We like to say that. There's sometimes we give tickets on the show. I couldn't give a ticket that I felt like was affordable. I didn't want to send players to a gunfight with a knife. This is a very tough sequence. And so in real life, I hit the all button here. I'm going to pick the 8 Eagle in Love on top in this spot. But for the pick 6, I hit the all button here. I thought it was extremely tough. A couple of the spots I thought you could lean on, maybe in race 6, I thought the 8 Not Far Now was a horse you could potentially lean on with the 7 Principal Stand Scratching. I thought the 8 Not Far Now just looks like the horse that wants to get this distance. The other horses don't seem to want to go the 6 furlongs. He's drawn outside. He has tactical speed. Race 7 I thought was extremely tough. You probably want to use as many horses in there as possible. And then race 8 is another race where I think people are going to probably get a pretty aggressive. I think the 5 Baby Yoda is interesting as a single in there, but I'm going to have a backup ticket with the 2 Fire Sword switching to Dave Donk. Could get loose in there as well. And then in the last leg, in race 9, I wanted to single the 1 Quick Power Nap. Is a horse I feel like will be on the front end in an off-the-turf race where a lot of them don't seem like they want to even stand up on dirt. but I had to use the 4 Classic Lynn. I'm sure Andy's smiling a little bit. We both loved that horse a couple of times up at Saratoga on the grass. And the 10 Fast Corey I'm going to use as well. Horses that run well on synthetic and sometimes run well on the dirt, and I wanted to make sure that I had the 10 Fast Corey at what should be a nice price. Very interesting sequence. I think with the race with Baby Yoda, that's going to prevent that triple carryover that's very, very hard to find, but I do think it'll be fun nonetheless.
Looking forward to it, JK. Thank you. As horses warming up on the track, the number 8 Eagle in Love, as mentioned, is the dirt horse of the races. We'll check in again trackside with Maggie. What do you make of Eagle in Love?
Acacia, as Andy mentioned, he's a tough horse to trust. But what I will say is this horse has done his best running, albeit it's only been in 2 of his 6 starts, when he's forward. And we saw Trevor McCarthy, who just won our last race, knowing, and granted, Tefusky Island was a speed horse, but knowing that the track is leaning kindly to inside speed types, he gave this horse a big warm-up. Now, I just can't fully trust him because I never really feel that positive about watching him warm up. He's going better than what I've seen from him in the past, and I like the fact that Trevor really booted him to get him into the bridle to say, look, we got a break today, and that's, as I said, the only time he really does any running. So we'll see how he fares here. It's a generous price for the only lone confirmed dirt horse that, well, you never know if he's going to show up, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Eagle in Love, 9-2 right now. Let's see if Trevor McCarthy will be aggressive once again and how that will play out in here. But as far as the number 5, Seabury, Andy, this is a horse who has that early speed. It's 2 dirt races at the beginning were both 2-turn races and made in special weight company. And as you mentioned, he took a big step forward when we moved to right handle.
That's the thing. He improved on turf, but he really improved for Ray.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. And he came from a trainer that's 0 for 31. So it's sort of understandable he would improve. And he's 7-1. So I don't mind taking a small gamble with him at 7-1. I think if you're betting on this race, you need to get a little bit of a price. I get Ginsu Warrior. He can win if he's in the inside speed. And this track, in fact, maintains being in the inside straight track. He can win. He's a terrible gamble at 7-2 in my estimation. I just don't think he has to win this race at all. There's no worse gamble at racing. I'll get Timbuktu in the winner's circle. I just have no idea. And I'm curious if he's this kind of favorite in a race with CAW money. And I'm going to take a look at our, like the probable pools. Is he really favored in exactas and such? Well, I can't really.
Horses approaching the gate.
Yeah, he is favored.
2-1. Wow, on Timbuktu. Any final thoughts from you, Andy? Maybe a horse that you're particularly feel fond of throughout the sequence today?
It's hard because of the potential for the track being biased, and therefore horses I would never bet on, like a horse Jonathan mentioned the last race, the 1, who I don't like at all, but if it's potential inside speed, the 10's faster. I guess Hard Ride Guy in the 7th I like, though it's a very tough race. I'm very interested in Duress in race number 6, also on the turf. We'll see how they play out. There are 2 horses that I do kind of like, but I do like Hard Ride Guy.
Pick 6 kicking off here at 9-5 now on Timbuktu. This race off the turf. Again, if you're playing the pick 6, remember that races 6 and 7 are still on. The last race will be off the grass coming up a little bit later on. But Timbuktu, as the pool continues to grow, he's 9-5. Maggie and Andy with some interest in the number 5, Seabury, here in this race, as we've seen the first 3 races be dominated by the inside speed. And Andy, how important is it to continue to watch those biases? As we saw even Trevor McCarthy in that interview with Maggie after the last race saying that he noticed in the first couple of races that seemed to be how the track was playing, and jockeys taking advantage of that are the ones that are going to find the sweet spots of the track.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last race, the exaggerated result would lead me to believe, and that's what you see with biased tracks, exaggerated results. We saw one in the first race as well. We saw it in the second race. So I think there is every indication. You don't want to get too caught up in smaller fields and somewhat uncompetitive races in that situation, but it does feel like, from what we've seen, there could be a very strong advantage to inside speed, which makes the 13 being a short price all the more ridiculous.
Pick 6 starts here for the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. As they come around and approach the starting gate, we'll get ready to kick off the sequence, and a tricky sequence it is. Best of luck if you're playing. We really appreciate everybody dipping in and taking part in the Pick Six today.
And it's going to be a real positive equity bet. There's $675,000 of new money today. So even if it gets them to $750 in new money, you're still getting a significant amount of value for every dollar you bet. We'll do the math afterwards to come up with that number, but it feels like very likely you'll be getting $1.05 to $1.10 for every dollar you bet. And it's tough to find gambling positive equity bets these days, and that's the great thing about Pick Sixes, and that's why I'm so glad we have the normal Pick Six here and not those hideous and very, very customer unfriendly jackpot bets.
Stay tuned. Math with Andy Serling after this. Race 4, Belmont at the Big Egg. Best of luck if you're playing the Pick Six. It starts here. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Race 4 is off the turf on the main track here at 1 mile. This is the start of the Pick Six, and the total pool just around $900,000. Milano now stepping up to the gate. We're waiting on Milano, Dream of a Day, and Timbuktu. Field of 7 set to go the 1-turn mile. Milano has gone in. Dream of a Day and Manny Franco will be next. Went in nicely, and Timbuktu to round out the field. They're all in. And they're off. Timbuktu broke well from the outside. Now Seaberet comes on up to challenge. Seaberet and Timbuktu, and they are right together with Eagle in Love next in third. Now Ginzu Warrior gains down on the inside along with Sundays with Sandy. At the back are Dream of a Day and Milano. They're on the main track now, and it is Seaberet who leads here by almost 2 lengths. Sundays with Sandy has taken second after a quarter in 23-1. Ginzu Warrior is in between horses. Timbuktu on the outside. Then it's a break of about 8 lengths to the 3 trailers. Milano along with Dream of a Day. And in between those two, Eagle in Love. Seaberet is the leader here by 3 parts of a length. As Sundays with Sandy draws closer now, and Timbuktu is ranging up on the outside. So it's 3 of them across. As they go around the far turn, here's Sundays with Sandy now to take the lead. Seaberet is back running in second. And Timbuktu is on the outside in third. Almost 5 lengths back to Ginzu Warrior. Milano is making the run now down towards the rail. They're at the top of the stretch. And it is Sundays with Sandy who has the lead. 3/4 up in 1:11-2. Sundays with Sandy is the leader as Timbuktu runs in second, and farther back Milano is in third. Sundays with Sandy trying to hold off Timbuktu and Milano, and now there's a 16th to the finish. Sundays with Sandy still there. Timbuktu driving. On the outside, it's Milano. They come for the finish. Sundays with Sandy, the winner by 1.25 lengths. Timbuktu was second, and Milano finished third as we start the Pick Six.
Sundays with Sandy kicks it off at 7-1. This horse, who we mentioned, had some good dirt races on the go back too, as Jose Gomez pilots him to victory for trainer Rudy Rodriguez.
And he also drew the inside post as opposed to Timbuktu, who drew the outside post. Kendrick did everything he could, but when you're chasing 3-4 wide and it's an advantage to be inside, and there's Sundays with Sandy, who rode the rail for the first half of the race, angled out the 2-path. And when my 5 Seaberet just had absolutely nothing, Seaberet just can't be competitive, so it didn't really matter whether there's a bias or not. This horse had the best in this situation. Actually, Severa gave the 11. I assume he was still riding. Milano, a good ride. Maybe he angled out a little too much in the stretch, but he saved ground up until the stretch with the long shot 11 that we talked about beforehand. But Timbuktu ran better than I would have expected, but he was a horrible gamble at 2-1.
Timbuktu actually broke pretty sharp. Kendrick Carmouche asked him. He just wasn't fast enough to clear. Ended up 4 wide on the chase early on. Not an advantageous spot to be in. Got the pretty gray. Sundays with Sandy, son of Keen Ice, gets the win. Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez picking up the victory here for Rudy Rodriguez. It was 2-13, 11-8, 7-1 start to the Pick Six sequence. Hope you had it. Best of luck throughout the rest of the sequence today. We'll take a quick time out. Back after this with prices on America's Day at the Races. sorry.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So happy to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race number 4 is in the books here at Belmont at the Big A. Apprentice jockey Jose Gomez in the saddle for Rudy Rodriguez, and he pilots Sundays with Sandy to victory.
Yeah, spent a lot of time on the rail, moved a little bit off it when the 5 couldn't run, but gets it done. I tell you what, I would be dead in this pick 6. I would not have used this horse, and I hope you're alive. You played, not an easy way to start it out.
$17.60 for the winner in the first leg, as Maggie is standing by with Rudy Rodriguez.
I truly relish my Rudy Rodriguez interviews. You're always so fun. I feel like I'm copying off you, too. We're twins, look, with the earpods. But Sundays with Sandy, Rudy, just always in a perfect position by apprentice Jose Gomez. First, talk a little bit about Jose and the development you've seen from him as a young rider.
You know, he's he's looking to learn all the time. He worked hard, very disciplined, and he listened, you know. I tell him, you know, you got to be aggressive. This horse is kind of lazy. And you got to go after him, because if you kind of let him be and he just kind of lo palon, and you know, these all grass horses, so it was good they take it off, I guess. I wanted to run him in the grass, but we got to thank to Mr. Dapp. He said run him anyway, so that's it.
Well, you're going to do that a little later on, too, a quick power nap, a horse who's never been on the dirt, though you're going to try it for this son of Quinteros, whom, you know, his progeny can kind of do whatever. So talk about your thoughts about leaving him in today.
You know, this filly's training good.
Sorry, Philly, why am I doing that recently? Sorry.
You know, she come back to me in a good shape. She won. We don't want it to win it, but she won. You know, she's turning favorably, and the owner wanted to run, and this is what we are.
You got to be in it to win it, right, Rude?
That we got to be in it to win it. But she's training good, and she's presenting herself good. I don't know how she's going to handle him. She don't look like, but we have right now.
Let's keep our fingers crossed. Rudy, congratulations.
Henry, better break and go. Don't
just go. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
All right, always good to catch up with Rudy Rodriguez, and I gotta say, I'm following the footsteps of his fashion, Acacia, with the AirPods.
I like it. Maggie Rudy said he's always jumping around cheering, and so he always keeps losing them. So hopefully you don't follow in the footsteps that way. But Rudy Rodriguez, Sundays with Sandy, $17.60 winner to kick off the first leg of the pick six. The total pool was $925,000, over $717,000 of new money. Thank you to everybody that played the sequence. We really hope that you're still alive, and we appreciate you taking part today with that great two-day carryover. Best of luck throughout the rest of the day. Turning the page, taking a look at the field for race number 5. It's a maiden claiming for the New York Breds, 40,000, going a mile on the main track, a scheduled dirt race, and Sir John on the drop, currently the favorite.
Yeah, a lot of people named John apparently making very foolish bets in this race. They're fighting against the people named Bert.
Yes.
Bert's supposed to win, though, because it's Bert
Yes.
tripled. 3 Berts. So and for that one, I didn't get the one at all. $1.05 in equity for every dollar you bet in this pick six. So good luck. Hope you're alive.
Absolutely.
And wish you the best of luck.
Well, it's been fun as always. Time for us to say farewell. The late pick 5 coming up in a little bit, and race number 5 after this. Andy, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Lots of graded stakes to look forward to.
Looking forward to it.
I'll be back reporting a little bit later. Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori coming up on this set to kick off the late pick 5 and a whole lot more on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sequel, New York is a beautiful 223-acre farm in Hudson, New York, which is in Columbia County. They are particularly proud of their 6 Kentucky-style barns on the farm and the fact that they're birthplace of Tiz the Law, who won the 2020 Belmont Stakes.
Was 1 minute, 46 and 2/5 seconds.
Sequel, New York stands 4 stallions: Freud, whom they refer to as the King of New York because he's been leading sire so many years, and Honest Mischief, a son of Into Mischief that they hope becomes the next King of New York. They also stand very useful stallions Mission Impassable and Union Jackson. The goal of Sequel, New York is to help breeders make money in the sales ring and on the racetrack.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weathers.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A. $17 horse to kick off the Pick 6. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This program got a lot more interesting yesterday when a gelding named Ableton won the last race, triggering this two-day Pick 6 carryover. The first leg is in the books. Now time for the late Pick 5 and the featured event in the sequence featuring Baby Yoda trying something he has never done before. Running a little bit farther today, 4 to 5 on the morning line. Third level, $80,000 allowance optional claimer. Baby Yoda, Javier Castellano, rides for the first time as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to understand why Baby Yoda is a popular thoroughbred. How would you encapsulate his career to this point?
A lot of promise that has not quite been fulfilled. A horse that ran a spectacular race last summer in Saratoga, got an incredibly high buyer figure of 114, and it looked like that was his breakout performance. Here we go. We're going to be on for this magical ride and watch Baby Yoda take on the world, and it just never has quite fully come to fruition. Every time he's been in tougher company, he just doesn't seem to come up with the performance that he came up with the day with that huge buyer figure. And, you know, maybe the stars were aligned and he had that perfect trip and he really loved the racetrack that day. And, you know, it was a fluke in some ways, but he has run some other good races. I just wonder if when he has to work harder for it, it's not there. Some horses are very good when things come easy to them. I remember years ago riding a $10,000 claimer, silver screen for Bob DeBone's Chaswick Stable. He ran faster than the stake race did the very race before. He was a 10 claimer. If he had been in that stake, he wouldn't have hit the board. So it was just because he was in the right company. Now, I'm not trying to compare Baby Yoda to a 10 claimer. He's obviously very talented, but it feels like this is an experiment. They're trying to reach and find that good race again, and hence the stretch out to a mile.
How do you feel about the mile distance for
Well,
Baby Yoda?
I've always been under the belief that a horse stretching out does it best for the first time if they're not necessarily a true router or a horse that wants that distance.
He has faced some of the best of the best. Flightline, Jackie's Warrior, Olympiad, etc. Baby Yoda in the feature. That's race number 8 on the program. Horses in the paddock for the 5th start of the late Pick 5. With 9 minutes out, we check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, what are you noticing in the paddock for this upcoming 5th race?
Well, this race, Lafitte, features a ton of drop downs and some switching to the dirt for the first time or back to it. We'll take a look, though, at number 1 in here. That's Sir John, a horse who has primarily run on the turf and primarily run with blinkers on. And he does get a little bit of a makeover today. The blinkers coming off. For me, he does have more of a turf hoof, but his pedigree says that he could handle this surface change, to be honest, as he is a son of Laoban, and the dam, albeit a very mediocre one, was better on the dirt, but there was a half sibling that was better on the turf. So at a short price, he's another one. I feel like it's a theme of the day with these turf races that I'm just not really willing to endorse because I feel like overall physically he looks more turf meant. He looks great, though, relative to his competition. You know, sometimes it's just all about who you're facing. And when you find a field of claimers for the first time, sometimes you do look that much better physically. And Sir John does tick that box. But again, the surface has me nervous. Moving on to a second-time starter, Midnight Express. He debuted against a first-time out winner in Baldassar last time out. And the top 2 finishers ran 1-2 around the racetrack that day. He was very green. It kind of dropped himself way out of it and never really made up any ground. Blinkers do go on, and a significant pair of blinkers to boot. Was not in the paddock for that debut, but I still wish this guy looked a bit more fit to me at second asking. He's a good-looking type and great coat to him here for Steve Clisseris, and I like him getting an extra furlong from the 7 to the mile because he certainly looks like a distance type of runner, this son of Midnight Loot. But I think he just needs another race. Number 7, Burt, is very intriguing. He was announced as a first-time gelding. If there ever was a horse that I feel as though needed gelding, he fit the bill quite nicely. Always a horse that just carried a little bit too much conditioning, can never get totally fit, one that lacked a bit of focus and intensity. And, well, the intensity still might not be there. He does seem incredibly focused, but ultimately, he is so much more fit looking. And 2, I like him back to the dirt. I think he could be okay at this distance, as going back to my notes from earlier this year / last year, when he ran in, first time out in a very good dirt race, maiden special weight, first time out, that he looked like he wanted longer. So this might be the perfect storm for Burt. Lafitte?
Mind on business, Maggie. Focused, Burt. Would you notice that, Mig? In a case like this, first time gelding, better behaved, not distracted. Have you ridden horses that, all right, he was just not focused, and once this procedure took place, when you rode him again, you're like, wow, different racehorse.
Yeah, some horses change completely, and part of the idea behind gelding a horse is for attitude, the way they act, trying to get them to focus and be a bit kinder and easier to handle. And the other part of it is that horses lighten up once they're gelded. They don't carry as much weight in their neck and their shoulders, and they have a tendency to stay sounder. It helps them. They're not as hard on themselves.
Burt, currently 7-2. Jose Lascano, pictured, will ride Sir John. See about the surface, as Maggie mentioned. New York bred, $40,000 maiden claimers, riders up. 1 mile, 3-year-olds and older. The story today, we touched on Baby Yoda. The 2-day Pick 6 carryover should be around $1 million when all said and done. And if the Pick 6 didn't work out, fear not. Late Pick 5 about to get underway in 5 minutes. Who'd you come up with here, Richie?
I was very interested in the 3-horse. He's got a short fuse. Now, people might look at it and go, well, he just ran second for maiden 25. This is maiden 40. That was maiden 25 against Open Company. This is maiden 40 New York breds, and this horse possesses speed. And we've seen speed be a very strong commodity to have today. Speed and horses forwardly placed have been winning.
His latest, Richie, mid-September, Monmouth. He's got a short fuse in front, battling, but now really starting to labor. Where's the wire?
Yeah, he's laboring here, and he's on his wrong lead, which doesn't help things. If he could have maybe got to his right lead, he would have found a bit more, but he's hanging on to his left lead here, and he does just run down. Now, these were legitimate fractions. For lower-level maiden claimers, 47-2 is quick. One turn here at Belmont looks to me like he's loose on the lead and controlling.
Post-parade, Sir John for Baby Yoda's Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott.
Well, if he does translate his form to dirt, he certainly has shown some speed on turf. And again, I think you want to be forwardly placed today.
Number 2, Kaya Mori, by First Samurai, great name.
Yeah, terrific name. The sire does get 16% dirt winners as opposed to 11% turf winners, so there is some dirt pedigree there. The mare is more of a female kind of influenced family.
He's got a short fuse, named after those of us who started Melvin Gordon in fantasy last night. Thank you very much.
Getting back to New York breds, possesses speed, should be forwardly placed.
Central Pride, the favorite, much softer company for him today.
Yeah, he's taking the appropriate drop in class. Maiden 40 from Maiden Allowance is a strong drop in class. He makes a lot of sense, but he needs to get himself in the game early.
Magic truck, blinkers, Lasix, more distance for his second start.
Well, he's kind of getting the makeover, isn't he? But he's going to have to show considerably more than he did on debut.
Midnight Express, the class drop, really didn't care for the kickback in his debut.
No, he was really climbing. That was a strong example when a horse resents kickback, but he was slow early, and he's going to have to be faster today because the track is dictating that.
And a much more focused, better behaved Bert. Kendrick Carmouche, 4 wins yesterday.
Yeah, and Kendrick giving him that patented warm-up, gets horses in the bridle. If the gelding really changes this guy around. But another one who's never really shown a lot of speed, he's going to have to find some speed because I feel like the track is carrying horses towards the front end.
Kind of better behaved. Bert. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. Started the late pick 5. And the invitation stands. So does the incentive. Get involved. Join us at NYRABets.com. Sign up. Use that promo code MATCH200. Get up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. So we welcome Jonathan Kinchin to the show. Joining us from Austin. JK, I so prefer it when I can actually bug and bother you in person. My friend, what'd you come up with in this first leg of the late pick 5?
I feel the same way. I'm going to spread a little bit in here as well. For those just kind of joining the show, I hit the all button in the first leg. I just thought it was a very tough sequence and a very tough race. I feel the same way about here. I like the 3. He's got a short fuse. Richie's kind of talked a little bit about the racetrack. He's got a short fuse, projects to be the horse to take advantage of that. The pace last time was pretty quick, coded red on Time Form US, those early pace figures to suggest that was a fast pace, a fast race. And I think that this horse could clear, get to the rail, and could try to take him as far as possible. The other horse I think is a little bit interesting at a big price if you're playing the pick 5 is the 5 Magic Truck. Now, this is a horse that didn't take a ton of money on debut. It was 14-1 up at Saratoga. But there's a whole bunch of changes. And when there's a whole bunch of changes, you can see a new horse. Didn't run particularly fast that day, but broke slow, gets blinkers today, gets Lasix today, second time out. And the workout report suggests that this is the best workout this horse has had in his short cycle and his short career. So there's an opportunity for this to turn around a little bit. It's a long shot, but you're getting paid for that at 17-1. If you're playing the pick 5 and you can afford to add a horse, and maybe throw in the 5 at a little bit of a price, but I'll go with the 3 to get to the rail and take advantage of this racetrack as my top choice.
He's got a short fuse, JK, 5-1. That battle of attrition in Monmouth. Strasburg wearing him down late. What will he do today? Late pick 5, about to get underway. Circling back to Sir John. We touched on the fact that he's trained by Bill Mott and has Baby Yoda going in the feature a little bit later on. He has a lot of changes. The blinkers off, the class drop, first race on dirt, and that Hall of Famer making the calls, Bill Mott. Richie, you just look at the star power in his stable, like fast horses winning big races this year.
Yeah, embarrassment of riches there. Casa Creed was the big winner of the 4-star day. Very impressive, stretching to a mile. Obviously, Cody's Wish and Olympiad, Speaker's Corner, and the mare Warlike Goddess that we'll see here in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic tomorrow.
Warlike Goddess trying to become the first female to win the Joe Hurst Turf Classic since all along the ARC winner in 1983. Much more on that later in the show. First, getting closer to post time. We check back in with Maggie as the runners continue to warm up. Maggie.
In Central Pride, Lafitte, he feels like the right favorite to me in here, and I'm not really sure why there was that turf experiment. To me, he never looked like a turf horse, but the fact of the matter is this is a horse that had a lot of speed in his debut race going back to January of this year. And I know that connections were a little disappointed in Dylan Davis that day for asking him to go so fast. And it was a day where you wanted to be forward. And look, the horse he went with, Hot Rod Rumble, he finished second that day and then returned to win. And then it's like they made a conscious effort to keep him off the pace and, you know, make him make one run. Now he's stretching out to the longest distance he's ever competed at, and I just think it would be in their best interest to let this horse go. Let him be forward, because really, I don't see how he's going to be that effective, honestly, doing anything else, because I have a question mark about the distance overall with him. And so why take away his best weapon that could be his early speed? Otherwise, he looks fantastic in here and has definitely run some of the fastest races on the main track. He's got a short fuse. On paper, does look like the confirmed kind of speed in here. He got a little washy in the paddock. I didn't necessarily love his warm-up. He took a little while to kind of really get moving and show the energy, which he now is showing. That's a good sign. And he could be effective here. I went with the horse that I'm a little bit suspect of, ultimately Lafitte, in Burt because of his lack of early pace, but he just looks like a different horse this time around.
And maybe we'll see a completely different type of performance in Burt from that outside post. There he is with Kendrick Carmouche, the 4 wins yesterday for trainer Charlie Baker. Burt on the outside. They've reached the gate in post time for the 5th here. Rich?
Yeah, and I think Maggie made a really good point, because I was a little bit concerned as well. I watched in the 3. He's got a short fuse, who is my top selection. Took a while to warm up. You know, a horse that's got a little bit of a kind of a blockier build, a shorter, choppier kind of stride, but he did look like he kind of warmed up out of it. And you have to be able to discern sometimes, is it just a horse that's kind of muscle bound and needs to really get loosened up, or is there something else going on? I think I just saw a horse that needed to kind of get his blood pumping a little bit.
And watching him right from the start, the anticipated pace setter early on.
If he's going to be successful here, he has to go to the lead and hope that he gets a breather somewhere along the way. But speed is definitely an advantage today. Think about those moving sidewalks in the airport. Sometimes you hit a portion of the track, it just kind of carries you along a bit.
Filing into the gate, start of the late pick 5, second leg of this pick 6 with a 2-day carryover. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens. John Imbrial standing by with the call. Post time for the 5th. Belmont at the Big A.
They're all in. And they're off. Midnight Express going out for the early lead. He's got a short fuse, and now coming through down at the rail is Sir John. He's got a short fuse. Sir John at the rail. Midnight Express on the outside. The 3 of them scrimmaging for the lead, with Magic Truck now moving up on the outside from 4th. Kiyomori is next in 5th. Central Pride is in between horses, and on the outside is Burt. The quarter 23 and 3/5 seconds up the backstretch with He's Got a Short Fuse, the leader here by a length. Midnight Express runs in second. It's a half length to Sir John, who is down at the rail. And then Magic Truck on the outside runs in 4th. Kiyomori next in 5th, followed by Burt. And the trailer is Central Pride. The favorite is in 7th, about 6 lengths or 7 lengths now from the lead. And the leader is He's Got a Short Fuse, ran the half in 47 and 3. The field races midway on the turn. He's Got a Short Fuse by a length and a quarter. Midnight Express in between horses. Burt on the outside. Sir John is down at the rail. Magic Truck has tailed off. Then comes Central Pride. Kiyomori is at the back. 3/4 and 1/13 as the field comes into the stretch. Burt on the outside. He's Got a Short Fuse, is down at the rail, and Sir John looking to split those 2. So it's 3 of them right together inside the 8th pole. Burt has taken over. Central Pride is putting in a late run out in the middle of the track. It is Burt challenged on the inside here by Sir John. It's Sir John and Burt. Sir John got it narrowly. Burt right there in second. Central Pride, the favorite, was 3rd.
Might not be the best horse in Belmont stable, but a winner here in the 5th. Resolute Sir John to the inside, denying Burt, who had put a head in front at about the 16th pole.
I think just post positions were the difference here. Sir John with post 1 got to save ground with a track that I think is tilted towards the inside, was able to deftly come out between horses under Jose Lezcano, who contributed a fine ride here. no excuses for Bert. Improved effort, good call by Maggie. But just the post position kind of kept him a bit wide, about three wide throughout the entirety of the turn. No fault of Kendrick Carmouche's, but Sir John was very game, and two horses getting back to the dirt. Sir John trying the dirt for the first time, worked out the trip. And he may not be the best horse in Belmont's barn, but at the moment he is.
Headed to the winner's circle and graduating in his 5th career start. Another look. He's got a short fuse, is breathing fire late. And right here, Bert, about 3 parts of a length in front. Sir John just keeps digging towards the inside. Now, one of 3 things, Richie, is this Bert thinking his job was done? Was it simply Sir John digging back in? Was Sir John on the best part of the racetrack?
Well, I also think Sir John had to kind of build his momentum. You see he's going to work his way out from behind. He's a short fuse who was stopping at this point. And he's not in the most comfortable position, Lafitte. And I think once he was able to kind of really find his rhythm, he asserted himself. It feels to me like Bert ran onto the wire, but the one horse Sir John on the best part of the track, got to save all the ground, and needed a couple of strides to really find his best rhythm. Give extra points to the 4 Central Pride, who was completely out of the race early and had no position to win and actually closed. So maybe this track isn't as tilted to the inside as I believe it is, but Central Pride certainly rallied from well back.
Showing a lot of moxie late. Sir John at 3-1 in the second leg of this pick 6. And to kick off the late pick 5, 1, 7, 4, 6. When we return, she's only the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Nest, 3-time Grade 1 winner this year. Ashland, Coaching Club, American Oaks, Alabama. So what's next? Her first race against older fillies and mares on Sunday in the Beldame. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Just a picture-perfect fall afternoon in South Ozone Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, NairaBets.com today. Hopefully you had Sir John in the 5th with Jose Lezcano, winning pilot, standing by with Maggie.
And here with Jose Lezcano. And Jose, hard-fought battle down to the line with Sir John. You and Kendrick Carmouche battling it out, his horse on the outside. But talk a little bit about the tenacity of Sir John here in breaking his maiden.
Well, he can break very good. I know when I can go to Alicia one, but I see these 2 horses as he go, and I give you break. I sit right behind. Try not let him go too much dirt in the face, and after that, in the 3-8 to a quarter point, little tired, not got really place to go. And when I really ask in the 3:16, my horse, he go on and I already have the race the whole last follow.
It was his first start on the dirt. How important is it to horses trying the dirt for the first time to keep their face clean? As you said, you didn't want him to have too much kickback.
Yeah, it's very important. Sometimes the horses, used to run no dirt in the face. When he got the dirt in the face, even see more the best, he backing off so much and you lose the whole contact with the race.
Now, speaking of the turf, you'll be aboard a turf kind of superstar and More Like Goddess for the first time tomorrow, trying males in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Jose, I wish you the best of luck because she is not an easy horse to ride. She can get very headstrong, but she certainly has a brilliant turn of foot. But you're riding for a long-time client relationship that you have with Bill Mott. Talk a little bit about your game plan for tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Bill is very easy to ride for hands. You always, give you the chance to ride your horse, you know what I mean? And, I think it's a nice feeling, I see what the boss said tomorrow and we go for that,
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck aboard her. Congratulations here with Sir John.
Thank you.
All right, keeping that Bill Mott, Jose Lezcano mojo working as we roll on through the weekend, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Maggie. I could almost see Jose Lezcano like, really? Difficult to ride. She's like, good luck with More Like Goddess tomorrow handling that.
Well, I think he knows that she's a horse that you kind of got to time your run and be patient. But Jose rides the turf so good, and he's riding in really good form. He has been the whole year. I think that's a prime example, Sir John paying $840, by the way, of how deep this colony is, because you get a rider like Jose Lezcano who rides good on a daily basis and sometimes gets overlooked.
It sounds trite. Sounds repetitive because it's been said before, one of the most underrated riders in the country. And a victory here in leg 2 of the pick 6, a date with More Like Goddess. We'll see how that relationship works tomorrow in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, of which we've discussed this week some of the stakes races here at Aqueduct, some of the most celebrated and important in New York of the fall. Legendary races, Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, the Vosburg, and on Sunday, the 82nd running of the Beldame. For more than 8 decades, the Beldame Stakes has produced champions. The race is named in honor of the mare Beldame, who competed from 1903 to 1905. In 1904, Beldame won 12 of 14 starts and was honored as Horse of the Year. Inaugurated in 1939, the list of winners of the Beldame has proved worthy of its namesake's legacy and established their own positions in history.
Ladies Secret has the lead. Then I say so a second. Ladies Secret in front.
2-time winner Lady Secret and 2011 victress Havre de Grace replicated Beldame's feat and were honored as Horse of the Year.
Ramon Dominguez eases up on Havre de Grace. She wins with something left.
17 Beldame winners are in the Hall of Fame, including 2-time winners Gamely, Susan's Girl, Lady Secret, and Personal Ensign. Other victors in the Hall of Fame are Cicada, Shu V, Go for Wand, Heavenly Prize, Serena's Song, Shadow, and Royal Delta.
Royal Delta geared down to a triumphant victory here in the Beldame.
46 divisional champions possess a Beldame Triumph, including Life's Magic, Saratoga Dew, Beautiful Pleasure, Forever Unbridled, and Midnight Bijou.
Midnight Bijou just kissed Wildcat goodbye, and she goes on to victory.
Acclaimed turf rider John Hervey referred to the first edition of the Beldame as, quote, an experiment. But from the race's inception, it included the most elite fillies and mares in the nation. The experiment swiftly instituted itself as one of the most prized trophies in the sport for fillies and mares. Just hearing those names, some of the greatest fillies and mares ever who've won the Beldame, Richie, and now Nest has a chance to add her name to that illustrious list.
I think a perfect spot for her to step out and try older fillies and mares here in the Beldame. She seems to have a stranglehold on the 3-year-old filly division. She's gotten bigger, stronger as the years gone on. And the only surprise about the Beldame Stakes is that it's not a grade 1.
Odd.
Bothers me.
Odd, considering the superstars and champions and Breeders' Cup Distaff winners that have won the Beldame. So how productive will this year's edition be? And Nest, who simply dominated in both of her starts at Saratoga this summer, winning the Coaching Club American Oaks in Alabama by a combined 16+ lengths. Earlier this spring, the Ashland, second in the Belmont Stakes. And she's made it all look so easy, Richie.
You know, the tell for me was when Todd Pletcher talked about how she came out of that game runner-up finish to Mo Donegal in the Belmont Stakes, that she put on weight, that she actually blossomed off a 1.5 mile effort against the Colts. And that speaks to her physical constitution, her makeup, that she could come off a tough race like that and actually improve. And by all accounts, she improved drastically. She was always good, but she's taken it to a whole nother level, and you can see her winning eased up here. And she is very good, and she has stamina, and she's tactical.
Todd Pletcher said it this week. Quote, "I've run a lot of horses in the Belmont. She's the first to really thrive on it," unquote. From Todd Pletcher. He's won the Belmont a handful of times. All those horses, all those males, all these years, and it's the filly Nest who he says the first to really thrive on it. That really stuck with me.
And that's remarkable, and I think that's what really differentiates good horses to great horses, the one that actually thrive on the workload, that relish their morning work and continue to thrive off it. You watch Life is Good train. There's a horse that loves to train.
Nest would be a 6 Beldame for Todd Pletcher if all goes well Sunday. A start in the Breeders' Cup Distaff would follow. You see the division leaders, Clairiere, training up to the Distaff, Latruska, Malathot head-to-head in Sunday's Spinster. Search Results training up to the Breeders' Cup. Deep, talented Distaff division. Maggie, how do you think Nest stacks up, not necessarily with their competition in tomorrow's Sunday's Belmont, but with the best older fillies and mares in the country?
Well, we're kind of seeing maybe, and I don't want to take anything away from these older Distaff filly and mares, but maybe a little bit of a lull where maybe Latruska has somewhat lost a step from her campaign last year. We often see it. You know, fillies and mares seem to have maybe that season where they're just remarkable and unstoppable, and hopefully we're not necessarily seeing that with Nest, but I thought that quote was fantastic, because you think of a lot of the horses from the Belmont that really didn't go on. I mean, Palace Malice is the only real one that went on for Todd Pletcher thereafter, but I think she's been phenomenal. I think she stacks up well because she's tactical. It looks as though there could be some pace in here with Society, with Search Results, with Latruska. All of them will be gunning for the early lead, where Nest could be sitting quite comfortably going the 1 1/8 mile distance. I think the only thing holding her back, Lafitte, is that maybe she is better going further as she does come off that big race in our big races, our big 2 for the 3-year-old fillies up at Saratoga. So this is just maybe tomorrow a paid workout, though it is her first try against older, but I think she stacks up favorably in that Breeders' Cup Distaff division.
Todd Pletcher won the very first Breeders' Cup Distaff at Keeneland back in 2015, stopped charging Maria. First things first, the final Distaff prep on Sunday in the Beldame for Nest. Overwhelming favorite. Yes, Richie, no such thing is a sure thing. What might be a potential pitfall for Nest in the Beldame?
Well, it is a small field, and we've seen in the past in small fields sometimes everybody's aware of where everybody else is, and they'll key on one particular horse. Now, when I first look at the race, the first thing is, what kind of speed is in here? Is there somebody that can get loose and maybe steal the race? Because Nest, wants to kind of get herself together. The other 4 rivals all have speed. So I don't see that happening, but I think if anything, just not being able to get lost in a bigger field, and you have a target on your back when you're the big favorite.
What a filly. What a season. Nest in the Beldame on Sunday, and it's early. Race 3, post time 1:47. The entire weekend stake schedule. Tomorrow, Joe Hurst Turf Classic, Vosburg Sprinters, Matron 2-year-old fillies Sunday, along with the Beldame Futurity 2-year-olds, Grade 3 Knickerbocker. Big weekend on tap. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. And when we return, trainer Christophe Clement. Can't imagine he was thrilled to hear Warlike Goddess was running in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Regardless, he's well represented by this 5-year-old. Gufo, 2-time sword dancer winner. What will he do in tomorrow's Turf Classic? That's next.
outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathot grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathot has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is gonna pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1! Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby!
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Was that a Grade 1? So, Kendrick, fun to watch then, fun to watch now. In case you missed it, what he did yesterday, 4 wins. Lucky's Mucho Man, Mama's Gotta Run, Masabi, and Curlin's Wisdom. Another afternoon at Aqueduct. Kendrick Carmouche won't soon forget, and trying for another win aboard that 6-year-old Duress. And there goes that man, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, 2 for 2 Duresses over the Aqueduct turf course, and I like him at 6, better than 5.5. He got outpaced last time.
Big scratch, principled stand out, XY Speed, first after the claim, Rick Schosberg.
Yeah, a horse that should be forwardly placed. He's coming out of 5 furlong and 5.5 furlong sprints.
Shiraz, warrior, 49th career start.
Over 450,000 in earnings, 5 wins, 10 seconds.
Striking Speed, 17th appearance this year.
Yeah, he's durable. He's going to have to improve.
Number 5, Oldies But Goodies, contender, 3-1. That name is just going to get better as he gets older.
Absolutely. And this is a claim back for Michael Trombetta for the same owner, Larry Johnson. I'm always interested in that. I feel like it's a vote of confidence.
Turf course listed as yielding, long-term thinking turf debut for the 6-year-old.
Yeah, marginal turf pedigree on the female side. Nothing that's really jumping off the page at me.
Again, big scratch, 7-5 morning line favorite, out-principled Stan. Here's Not Fair Now by Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh.
And this horse is the main and probably lone speed. I think this horse should be loose on the lead. Now, it's going to be interesting with all the rain that we had in the metropolitan area over the week, how soft this turf is. They have it labeled yielding. Let's see how demanding it is on these horses.
Quick gelding, Not Fair Now. Horses here warming up. Turf sprinters in the 6th in that yielding turf course. Well, that rain over the last several days and back racing on grass on this afternoon. Started the late pick 4 in 5 minutes. We check in with JK.
Lafitte, the 3 Shiraz is a horse that's been on the circuit for a long time, 48 career starts. Nothing wrong with that. You always want to kind of bow your head to these horses who give us so much and try so hard. When it comes to Shiraz, though, I'm a little bit against Shiraz because I think the distance is a little bit of a problem. Some might think that's silly. This horse has run extremely well going 5.5, but anytime he's ever tried to go over 5.5 furlongs, it has not worked out well. 34 attempts in his career going longer than 5.5, only 2 wins. And then the horse just isn't in great form right now anyways. Only 1 win in 2 years. I've got to try to beat this horse in here, and I'm going to try to do it with the 8. It's a horse I think will appreciate the distance. I think won't have any problems going a little bit further. And one that has some tactical speed drawn towards the outside that should be able to take advantage of that draw and kind of see what everyone else is doing underneath and probably try to find a way to not have to get stopped in here. Second time with Brad Cox. This horse has run well with George Weaver in the past. I think the distance is going to work out just fine for the 8, while the rest of them I just don't trust in the distance. You know, the 5 oldies but goodies. Not one I trust from a distance standpoint. I already explained about the 3 Shiraz. And then XY Speed. He's never even tried to go farther than 5.5. I just feel like from a distance standpoint, the 8 is the horse that you need in here.
Jonathan, let's say you did your handicapping and homework last night. You wake up this morning, the race is on grass, but a yielding turf course. As a handicapper, do you go back to the chalkboard? Is it whatever for you? How much do you personally adjust?
Well, I mean, one of the things you'll always want to do, and even before, just based on all the rain that was had all week, kind of assume that the ground's going to have a little bit of cut in. I don't think you're going to get carried away with that situation because the way that the turf courses are kind of listed in America, good, soft. There's a lot of in-betweens. There's different levels of soft. There's different levels of good. Sometimes it's firm, but sometimes there's a little give in it. If it rained a little bit, I will look to see if horses, how they have run on turf courses that are not listed firm. And I'll try to highlight those to see if they have a couple of wins on soft ground or ground not listed as firm. And you can sometimes get a little bit of a clue, like the 2, XY Speed. He's won twice in 5 attempts on turf courses not listed as firm. The 1, Duress, 0 for 4 on turf courses not listed as firm. Do I want to cut in line to bet on just that situation? No, but I do think you want to take it into consideration.
And we'll see if those trends continue. Duress, who is 5-2, Maggie, and then XY Speed at 9-2 as well. What are you noticing from him in the warm-up?
Yeah, see, we got a lot of rain. It rained for 6 days straight. These courses have a lot of give in them. And yes, I know that a horse like Duress doesn't really like the softer turf. Though he has a physical makeup to say that he might be okay, but he also doesn't have the early speed. Let's talk about number 2, XY Speed, as he's first off the claim here. Now, a lot of times I say I'm at a disadvantage from not being in the paddock for another horse's start because I'm away or on vacation or just not doing the race. But for this time, it actually worked out. June 22nd, I was at Canterbury Park. Go figure. My note said that he looked great from the overall standpoint, but that he's a horse that's better on a firm turf course. And I know he has those wins, as Jonathan said, but his physical confirmation does not say, A, a course with give, or B, anything further than 5.5. I think he's just going to struggle a bit here. And furthermore, he's got this long, drab, dull winter coat on him already, and I just don't like to see that this early on in the fall. As we'll move on to number 5, oldies but goodies. Yes, it is a question mark, the 6 furlongs for him, I will admit. And he's very short couple, very stout and round, so that's my biggest problem with him. But I will say that last time he had a bit of a trip for his first start off the reclaim for Mike Trombetta and Larry Johnson. He broke well, then he was kind of shuffled / steady back around the turn, then he was blocked for half of the stretch, and then once he finally got clear, he made it very close on the eventual winner, who definitely got the jump on him that day. I don't mind him. It's just a big question mark of the 6, and so therefore it just points you to your current 8-5 favorite in the one-eyed Not Far Now, as he looks to be the speed. And last week when we saw these courses when it was raining, they were wired. We saw forwardly placed horses do the best running, and you know that they're going to go here with Not Far Now. He is the fastest horse early. I'll kind of forgive him for that try in that off the turf event against some really tough knocking horses like Battle Station. So he's in a realistic spot, back on the surface he's better at, and I just think he's going to be tough to run down here, Lafitte.
8-5, serious threat, Not Fair Now, and that effort Maggie was referencing, take a look at it, late August, Saratoga, Not Fair Now, Richie. It builds that big lead, but he's not home yet.
No, and it looked like he was sailing on his way to victory, and then he just gets picked off late. It just appears that he's going to have everything his own way here. Now the question will be the ground, right? How demanding is it? But I think that Eric Cancel, who's aboard for the first time, this is Manny Franco. Well, Eric rode him way back, I should point that out. Needs to get out of his way. Sometimes you need to be a pilot. Sometimes you need to be a passenger. I think with Not Fair Now, you're better off being a passenger. Take a little piece of mane, 5 pounds of pressure on the reins, and let them run out from underneath you. Don't take anything away that comes easy.
It's an interesting handicapping debate. Some that will include, if we have a sloppy track, that it makes a big difference. Others feel, I'm going to pretty much treat it the same. For you riding, did you notice it was a bigger discrepancy for a racehorse between how they would handle just fast track, wet track, and then on grass, a firm course versus a turf course with a lot of give in it like this one?
Well, anybody who doesn't feel like different racetrack conditions play a factor didn't ride horses. And it's something that they can't quite put their finger on, so they'll dismiss it instead of kind of embracing it and try to look at it. Horses are different conformationally. They're different sizes, shapes, and heavier horses might have less confidence on an off-race track. They might, bog down a little bit more. Some horses have a tendency just to angle their hoof to slide more in wet going or not get down into the turf as much. So every horse is different. And some of them, the best ones, doesn't matter. They'll run over broken glass if they have to. But I do think it's certainly a factor, particularly when we're talking about wet racetracks, off racetracks. With ground that's less than firm on the grass, I've always put a little bit of credence in the fact that lighter framed horses do better over it because they don't get down as far into the turf.
It's like sink into that surface with a lot of give in it. And on this yielding turf course, getting ready for this $25,000 claiming sprint in the start of the late pick 4. With the call, John Embriel with the remainder of the load and call race 6 live. Belmont at the Big A.
Waiting for long-term thinking, and Not Far Now. They're all in. And they're off. From the outside, Not Far Now quickly sprints away to the early lead, opens up by 2. Oldies But Goodies runs in second. XY Speed next in third. Duress now moves up a spot from the rail in fourth. Striking Speed is fifth. Then Shiraz, and the trailer is Long-Term Thinking in seventh. Not Far Now has the lead here over Oldies But Goodies and ran the opening quarter mile over the yielding turf in 22 3/5 seconds. The favorite, Not Far Now, leads by a length. Oldies But Goodies is second by 2, and Duress is next in third, followed by Striking Speed on the outside in fourth. XY Speed dropping out of it, passed there by Shiraz, and on the outside is Long-Term Thinking. The field comes into the stretch. The half in 45 3. Not Far Now is in front, and in front by 4 lengths. Oldies But Goodies remains in second. Duress has moved to the outside in third. Not Far Now looking to take the field wire to wire. The lead is 3.5 lengths as they come on for the finish. Not Far Now and Eric Consell. Oldies But Goodies chase the entire way, run second. Shiraz up for third.
Just Too Fast to Catch by American Pharaoh. Not Far Now, wire to wire in the 6th at Belmont for Brad Cox and Eric Cancel.
Broke very sharp and just cleared the field within the first 16th of a mile. Got very comfortable on the lead. And you know, as much rain as we had, Lafitte, I'm not sure that there's a tremendous amount of give to the track.
How can you tell?
Well, I'm not seeing a lot of kickback. I'm not seeing them peeling up the turf and big divots flying. And normally when they're getting down into the turf further, you're going to see some of that turf being thrown up behind them. I didn't see it to that level. And plus, the time would lead you to believe. I mean, he went 22 3, 45 3 on his way to 9 4. I mean, I think that this course is, obviously has some give to it, but I don't think it's a yielding course by any means.
Eric Cancel, who triggered the 2-day Pick 6 carryover with a win in the nightcap yesterday, and looked like a winner every step, Richie. You're watching him round the far turn, the leader's cruising, and the others weren't closing any ground and being asked to pick it up and try and close that gap. They couldn't.
No, and he was always comfortable, and Eric did the right thing. You're on a speed horse. Allow them to use their speed. Don't wait on closers. Don't allow other horses in the race. Let your horse do what comes natural, and that basically takes everybody else out of their game because they wind up in chase mode. They're not as comfortable while your horse is comfortable going fast. And what do we say? It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Well, he goes fast pretty easily, this guy.
Rather easily. 8, 5, 3, 1. Favorite delivers. Results when we come back. Plus the favorite in tomorrow's Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, War Like Goddess, trying to become the first female to win the event in nearly 40 years. Can she do it? She is the favorite. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing!
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. No catching not far now in the 6th race here at Belmont at the Big A. For trainer Brad Cox, winning pilot Eric Cancel standing by with Maggie.
Eric's just telling me about how my husband's horses can't run. Anyway, not far now. He can run. And Eric, he was a clear-cut speed on paper, and you took nothing away from him. Talk a little bit about riding this horse, because he only has the one eye, and as we were just reminiscing, he used to kind of hold his head a little bit cocked to the side, but now it's like the eye's there when it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty cool horse to ride. He's gotten older, so now he knows what he needs to do. He comes out of there running, you take advantage over that. Once he's on the lead, he just sit comfortable on him, let him do his thing, and from the quarter pole down, you're going to ask him, he's going to respond for you.
He's just such a cool horse, and for you, when you saw that you were back on him, I'm sure you were a little excited, and too, given the way that the course has been playing when there is moisture in it.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty excited that I was back on him. He ran a few good races with me, and I want to thank Brad and Dustin, for pushing for me and giving me the opportunity to ride the horse, and my agent for doing a great job. I mean, we've been on a little bit of a slump, but we're just getting back up.
You said slump. How do you kind of get out of that? Do you just keep your head down and keep working?
Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game. You hear one day you're on the top, and then you could be on the bottom. You just gotta have your mind set, for everything that could happen. And I just keep on focus, trying to do my best. And like I said, just trying to get out of it.
You keep your head down, keep focused. You got to ride the wave is what I always say. Eric, congratulations, though, not far now. Hopefully it kickstarts the upward trend.
Thank you.
All right, not far now, because Lafitte, it would be P-H-A-I-R, wouldn't it, if it was fair?
Well, it was American Pharaoh, not American Faro, and it's spelled the same, and he's by American Pharaoh.
I'm Switzerland. I'm staying neutral.
I figured it was a play on his sign. Otherwise, we would say American Faro. The 37-year drought is over. The first Belmont winner since 1978. No?
I was there for the previous two. Affirmed in Seattle Slew, and I was starting to think I was never going to see another one again.
Until we did.
Yep.
And now we've seen two. And they didn't spell it right. We're still mispronouncing it. Just the same. A winner in wire-to-wire fashion. I would think that for a jockey in a slump, much like a hitter in baseball in a slump, like when one hit feels like 5, that one win must feel like 5. And again, he did win the nightcap yesterday, Eric Cancel.
And riders, just like any other athlete, they're harder on themselves than anybody else can be. So no matter what kind of criticism we can heap on them or people could heap on them, they're tougher on themselves. So to get this win, lifts a little bit of that pressure off. Breathe, think it through. Sometimes the best way to get out of a slump is start riding all of your horses to be third, to get a check. Now you're not pressing early. You're not trying to put them in a position. You're not trying to make that perfect ride. And then all of a sudden you turn for home and you've still got horse. You haven't used them at all. And you wind up in the right spot and they finish for you. And that, to me, almost takes the pressure off yourself. They start hitting the board. And sometimes you got to let other people make the mistakes. Let them get heated up early and get, caught up.
It's what you said at the gate. Sometimes you have to be a pilot. Sometimes you have to be a passenger. That Cancel should be a passenger. Don't get in the way of not far now. He didn't, and it all worked out in the end. We'll have much more coming up here with the 7th race in 21 minutes. Baby Yoda in the feature. Tomorrow's, we have a lot of stakes races, but the Grade 1 event is the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. We'll get to the race in a moment, but first, the person, Richie. One of the most respected, honored, highly decorated turf riders in the history of the sport. A graduate of NYU, Hirsch wrote for the Daily Racing Form for 50 5 years. And the year after he was retired in 2003, he had been battling Parkinson's disease. This race was named in his honor, fitting and well-deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got the great honor of knowing Joe Hirsch's cousin, Peter Krulwich, who lives near me, and I got to go over, and he's got a walk-up attic, and he has all of Joe's notebooks, writings, prints, memorabilia. He actually gave me a really cool print of Hialeah. You know, to see this kind of museum of Joe Hirsch's work, and it's up there in the countryside, pretty phenomenal. And how about the colorful life he lived, not only with racing, being basically like a roommate or apartment mate with Joe Namath. When Broadway Joe was taking New York by storm, Sonny Werblin asked Joe Hirsch to kind of keep an eye on his protege, and Joe Namath, big racing fan himself.
Yeah, Sonny Werblin, former owner of the Jets and owner of horses, and to get like that responsibility. Joe Namath coming out of Alabama. I need you to look after him, Joe. And they actually roomed together for a few years, Joe Hirsch. And again, his legacy honored tomorrow and remembered with the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. You saw that list of notable winners, champions, Breeders' Cup Turf winners. And maybe Warlike Goddess is next to add her name to that illustrious list. Trying to become the first female to win the Turf Classic since all along in 1983, Warlike Goddess. But in the Flower Bowl, the race shape really worked against her, Richie.
It did. It just no pace on whatsoever. A half in 53-1. I think Adios Hanover could trot a half a mile faster than that. And she had to kind of wait, came out for room. And they're streaking home, and Virginia Joy is a nice filly in her own right. She's not just going to lay down for you. So they're coming home very fast, and she just ran out of ground. You know, a horse that's a closing type. Now, she gets ample pace in this Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. I'm seeing ample pace anyway. And it's kind of interesting to me. You talk about the last filly to win it all along, the globetrotting all along. The Turf Classic has been run 5 times at Aqueduct. It's been won 4 times by a filly or mare at Aqueduct.
Bodes well for Warlike Goddess if that trend continues.
Yeah, so you had Anifa all along. April Run won it twice. Weah won it when it was at Belmont the year after Johnny D won the inaugural. So you had 3 A fillies with the letter A starting name and one with W. Weah. I'm seeing a trend.
It's a
Warlike
deep dive.
Goddess.
That is a deep
That's what we do.
Warlike Goddess at tomorrow's Turf Classic, JK, but she'll have to deal with not one, but 2 very talented runners from the Christophe Clement stable.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to, spoiler alert, I'm going to try to beat Warlike Goddess. I think she's a very talented mare against mares, but she's got to face a couple of horses, Soldier Rising and Gufo, that to me are a little bit better than what she's been facing. She's not the slam dunk she typically has been throughout the majority of her career. Now, the pace was honest enough in the Sword Dancer. Soldier Rising and Gufo both kind of closed into that in the same situation. I always felt that Soldier Rising was more of a kind of glorified allowance type. He had always kind of shown up in these stakes races, could never really get there, but he ran extremely well in the Sword Dancer. So maybe that confidence booster when he won that allowance race maybe kind of woke him up and made him realize, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to run past those other horses in the stretch, and maybe he's kind of turned the corner. He'll be a much more attractive price. But Gufo has just always been this horse, Gufo. He shows up, he runs, he's often left us wanting more, but it seems like with the blinkers on, a little bit of pace to close into, he's kind of figured himself out. And I'm hopeful that Gufo will be able to beat Warlike Goddess, who I think is going to be an odds-on horse. I was hoping to try to beat her in the Breeders' Cup, and unfortunately I think it's going to happen tomorrow, and you're not going to have as much value as you possibly could have on Breeders' Cup Day. But we'll see what happens. I think she's very vulnerable.
You're zigging when Gufo zags. Before the Sword Dancer, you were like not again with Gufo, like I'm done. And then he came back and he won the Sword Dancer, and you're jumping back on the bandwagon.
Yeah, the tough part about it is I signed the divorce papers, and now he's winning again. So you know how that goes, and darn it, I should have stuck around a little longer.
Chasing. Good luck with that tomorrow with Gufo and the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Exciting edition, and that much more exciting with the announcement that Warlike Goddess would run, and preparing for the Breeders' Cup Turf. So that means 2 straight races against the boys, 2 straight races at 1.5 miles. New jockey tomorrow. See how it all works out. The entire weekend stakes schedule, along with the Turf Classic tomorrow, the Matron, more on the Vosburg in a moment. On Sunday, the Beldame, Futurity 2-year-olds, the Knickerbocker. Live coverage right here on America's Day at the Races. We'll step aside when we come back. Yeah, we promised you more on the Vosburg. That's the favorite, Elite Power, potential star sprinter on the rise. He's won 3 straight, and now time for his graded stakes debut for World Class Connections. That's tomorrow in the Vosburg. Stay tuned.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always brought to you in part by Run Happy, Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Now the sire of winners on all surfaces, dirt, grass, and synthetic. Perfect segue. Run Happy was a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner 2015. Here is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Sprint division. Win and you're in the historic Vosburg. Compact field of 5. And Elite Power, 6-5 on the morning line. Graded stakes debut, Richie, for Juddmonte, Billmont. He is razor sharp and based on what we've seen, ready to take that next step in a division, aside from Jackie's Warrior, is a little shallow.
Yeah, this was a horse that was a work in progress. He took him a little while to kind of figure the game out, but he's really has figured it out, and he's still somewhat green. I mean, look here as he comes down the middle of the track, pink cap, green colors. He was on his wrong lead until just about the 8th pole, head turned towards the grandstand, lugging in a little bit. Finally kind of panned out when he got on his right lead and settled and finished extremely well. This was from off the pace, but a fairly strong pace on 22, 44, and 3. The only surprise, the biggest surprise I should say, not the only surprise, the biggest surprise about this Vosburg, and this is what I'm talking about. You see right there, he finally got to his right lead. That's when he really kind of leveled off and found his stride. The biggest surprise about this Vosburg, who's the speed?
Good, which is like never a question you're asking going into the Vosburg.
Never. You usually have a few fast horses that are going to set a fast pace. It's one of your premier sprints. And I just don't, you don't have a confirmed front runner here, let alone, I don't see any real speed. Honestly, I think Elite Power is going to be on top of the pace just because there's not going to be a lot of pace on.
Covered in dirt, that didn't bother him, but still a lot to learn. And a master, a Hall of Famer in his corner, to figure that out and cultivate Elite Power. I like seeing that he's winning that convincing. improving and while still making mistakes, because how much better is he going to be when he puts it all together mentally along with the physical attributes?
And you would think in a smaller sized field, short field here in the Vosburg with very little pace on, he's probably going to make less mistakes because he's always going to be in Jose Lezcano's hands and traveling. He's not going to be off the bridle.
That's tomorrow's Vosburg. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock. The turf course, Maggie, now listed as good for the upcoming 7th race. What are you noticing in the paddock?
Again, I think, as we saw a gate to our logical winner in the turf sprint going 6. We're going the mile here, but I still want horses that are going to be forward, to be honest. So we'll take a look at 2 potential horses that could get comfy out on the front end, and that does include number 6, Rally Squirrel in here, the New York bred, as he is obviously named after the squirrel back in 2011, the playoff season with the Phillies and the Cardinals. But that's neither here nor there, other than it is playoff season. He is coming off a bit of a freshening, and us weird horse girls, we describe horses like him as chonks, in that they're very round, they carry their weight, they love the feed tub. That's just him. Still, with the freshening in mind, I wish he looked just a little bit more tucked up. I kind of know him fairly well, and while he looks sensational, just, you know, as far as health, I mean, he's a picture of health here. I just wish he looked a little bit more fit, given the fact that he is coming off off a bit of a layoff. War strategy intrigues me, but he is built a little bit more like a sprinter. So the pace held together last time with Relate and Brazilianaire running 1-2 around the racetrack virtually until the end. He was able to save ground, so he had a good trip in that respect. But I just wish they would be a little bit more aggressive with this horse, who can be a bit more forward. As I said, he is built more like a sprinter. He's incredibly fit here for Mark Casse and his team. Great coat to him. I like his disposition here. He's striding out really well. I just hope that they use some aggressive tactics as well. Take a look at the sporadically run number 10 Digital Software. Obviously, he's a horse with issues. He's been avoided claim twice in his career, though it was promising as he came back to Saratoga this past summer as a protected claim in the 35, and he won that. So he's back in the starter. So I like the fact that the connections are showing confidence with him. He's stringing these races fairly close together by his standards, and he looks incredibly good here. So he's one that has been consistent, at least, though, when he shows up on the racetrack, Lafitte.
Tepid favorite, Maggie, in a wide open 7th race. There's the one horse and hard ride guy, 1 for 17 lifetime.
Yeah, first time off the Jose Camejo claim. He's been having a tremendous year, winning a high percentage.
Royal Spirit, first after the claim, Linda Rice.
Yeah, another one now can run in this protected starter allowance and gets Jose Lezcano, who we commented on earlier. He's been riding very well.
Reckless Spirit, a defeated favorite at this level at Saratoga.
Yeah, not a lot of pace on last time. He got a bit keen. He was a little bit of a struggle for Luis Saez to handle. Javier Castano gets him out today.
Mach 1, got to be fast with a name like that, right? Not so much.
Well, not so much, but he is coming out of sprint, so he might be quick enough to lead these for a little ways anyway.
Rally Squirrel, unraced since opening weekend at Saratoga.
You sure that's not Riley Squirrel? He is a horse that does carry some good weight here.
Not going to let it go. We're not letting it go. War strategy. And we'll see how aggressive he's ridden from the start by Dylan Davis.
Yeah, he needs to get forward position. Dylan sometimes has a habit of falling back into old habits. Needs to get his position going forward.
Voliero, Eric Cancel looking to go back-to-back.
Another one making the first start off the Jose Camejo claim.
Several first after the claim topic. Changer first after the claim, Greg DePrima.
Yeah, ran really well last time. Greg DePrima won a nice race yesterday with Scotty. Let's see how he does today.
On the outside, Digital Software, Klarovich, Brown, Franco, lukewarm favorite.
Listen, this horse is consistent. He shows up every time. It's just spacing between races, a race and a break, a race and a break. So obviously he must have physical issues he deals with.
Sell Something draws in, popped it 26-1 at Saratoga.
Yeah, finally got his win at in his 9th career start at a big price. Would be a surprise to see him come right back today.
Field for the 7th race. Belmont at the Big A, 4th leg of this 2-day pick 6 carryover post time. 6 minutes, JK. Royal Spirit, number 2, 5-1. Why do you like him today?
Yeah, I just think I think I like basically everyone in this race. Whoever gets the best trip is going to win. This is a very, very tough race. If you're alive in the pick 6, pick 5, pick 4, whatever you're doing, I would hope to have as many horses as possible in here. But the 2 Royal Spirit is one I think is interesting. First off the claim for Linda Rice. This horse has an opportunity to kind of step forward. Ran well last time, had a tough trip, got a nice figure. 2 horses out of that race have come back and won. I don't get too carried away with the old key race situation. But I do care if their figures kind of matched or improved the horses that came back and ran. And that was the case with Royal Spirit. This horse could take another step forward. And then my top choice in here is the 7 War Strategy. If you look at the last race, in that starter allowance race, the pace was not particularly quick. This horse was 5th early, 3rd, trying to close into that. From a speed figure standpoint, still ran a nice figure. And those internal fractions were actually pretty good. It's just a little bit hidden in the performance because the horses that were forwardly placed didn't come back to War Strategy. This is Dylan's 2nd time riding the horse. I think that War Strategy can be tactical enough to be forward, to try to take advantage of a pace scenario in here. And I like War Strategy, and I like the price at 6-1. But like I mentioned, I think they all can win. Well, almost all of them can win. I'll pick the 7 on top, but I wouldn't be shocked if even the 8 won in this race.
Voliero, that would shake things up. Currently 18-1. Then the favorite in digital software at 2-1. Right connections in his corner and didn't look rusty at all in his comeback. Unraced from October of last year to this summer at Saratoga, Richie, and upon return, won rather handily.
Well, Maggie touched on something, too. He was in for the waiver claim, meaning that off the layoff, running for the same price or higher that he had run for previously, he could run without risking losing him in the claim box, somebody else taking him home. So that's a vote of confidence right there. And one of the things that Chad Brown, amongst many, does so well is get horses prepared off layoffs. They don't seem to need a race to shake off ring rust or get to their optimum fitness. So digital software makes a lot of sense. I'm not crazy about his post. I mean, he is drawn a bit wide, and you know, there's not a lot of run to the first turn, and it's a tighter turn here at Aqueduct. So I just wonder what kind of trip he works out at, you know, vying for co-favoritism.
Would probably be better for him if we were at Belmont, and that outside post would be more of an advantage than a disadvantage. We'll see what Manny Franco does. Already one win this afternoon, and back after that one-day suspension yesterday. Manny Franco aboard at digital software. And Maggie, we just heard JK say he wouldn't be shocked if number 8, Voliero, won at a price.
Yeah, really quick, Lafitte, we do have a late scratch here of a long shot in number 5, Mach 1. He will be a scratch here upon advice of the veterinarian, as will, yeah, take a look at number 8, Voliere. He's one of the 2 horses coming in here off the Jose Cameo claim, whom Jose is 10 for his last 32 off the claim, 2 for 9 first off the claim on the turf. And Voliero is, what, nearly 4 times the price of his uncoupled stablemate? And I much prefer him. For me, Hard Ride Guy, yes, might have the class edge for sure over Voliero, but Hard Ride Guy, I think, is a horse that is actually best suited to longer distances. I do not like him necessarily shortening up to a mile here, and I just thought from the overall perspective, Voliero looked better than him. And he's incredibly fit here, and I get it, being claimed off Mike Maker versus being claimed off Ian Wilkes, who isn't a high percentage trainer, but a very good trainer in his own right. So I just thought that Voliero was more appealing here at 18-1, but it looks like JK and I both landed on the same horse in here, number 7, War Strategy, as Richie was saying. Dylan does have that bad habit of not being aggressive from the gate and early, securing that early position. Guys, do you think if I stood out here really quick with the pom-pom saying, be aggressive, be aggressive, he'd hear me?
Be aggressive. You're all on the same horse and all hoping Dylan Davis does the exact same thing right from the start.
Well, when Dylan's riding his best, he gets his position going forward, and he understands how important it is to be well placed. Once in a while, you'll see him slide back into some older habits where he's a little bit too quiet. And I believe that, for me, if you're going to make a mistake, make an aggressive mistake. Don't be victimized. Take control of your own destiny.
Don't be passive. Keep an eye on number 7, War Strategy. Dylan Davis, Javier Castellano, regarded as one of the best position riders in the game. There he is aboard Reckless Spirit. Busy weekend for the Hall of Famer, riding in all 6 graded stakes races, Richie, including Rock Emperor in tomorrow's Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic.
Well, it's been really a renaissance of Javier Castellano's career, and it part and parcel of him riding well, finding his form, his confidence, being physically healthy, and his agent, PJ Campo, who has gotten him back in with some of the right barns and opened some doors that, you know, had previously been wide open and they had closed a little bit, and getting him those opportunities. And it is horse racing. It's not jockey racing. You need the horse underneath you.
Had a nice long conversation of that very topic yesterday on the show. For viewers that may have missed it, some of the antics amongst riders taking place stateside and abroad. Reckless Spirit, who's now emerged as the favorite here, Richie, 5-2, with Clarman Brown runner, Digital Software, 5-2 as well.
Yeah, they've been kind of vying for favoritism throughout. Now the public leaning a little bit more towards Reckless Spirit. Maybe that's an omen. We're talking about reckless riding and now Reckless Spirit.
The 7th race and the 4th leg of the Pick 6, the 2-day carryover. Reckless Spirit at 5-2. John Embrial standing by with the call. Race 7, Belmont at the Big A.
Final horse moves in. We're ready to go in race 7. And they're off. Royal Spirit, there goes Rally Squirrel up to grab the lead. Rally Squirrel is in front with War Strategy racing in 2nd. Then comes Digital Software, and to his inside is Royal Spirit. Sell Something is racing in 5th, and alongside is Reckless Spirit in 6th. As the field goes into the clubhouse turn, it is Rally Squirrel who has the lead here. Rally Squirrel by a length. War Strategy runs in 2nd. Royal Spirit down at the rail and in 3rd. On the outside is Digital Software next in 4th. A break of 3 to Reckless Spirit in 5th. Then comes Sell Something in 6th. Topic Changer is next in 7th. Then Volieto, and farther back is Hard Rye Guy, who is well behind the field in 9th. The quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds. And it is Rally Squirrel who has the lead, the half over the Good Turf in 48 and 2. Rally Squirrel 3/4 of a length. War Strategy on the outside in 2nd, and Royal Spirit is down at the rail. Digital Software now moving up on the outside as they go around the far turn. Rally Squirrel by a half length. War Strategy, and on the outside, Digital Software. In behind is Royal Spirit in 4th, then Reckless Spirit in 5th. Followed by Volieto, 3/4 in 1, 12 and 4. Here comes War Strategy. Here comes Royal Spirit down at the rail. So it is Royal Spirit to take the lead. War Strategy is right there. And Reckless Spirit kicking in on the outside, then Digital Software. It is Reckless Spirit to win from off the pace. Royal Spirit appeared to get 2nd for a spirited exacta.
That spirited exacta, a wild finish, a cavalry charge, and Reckless Spirit accelerating late. Javier Castellano, James Bond, 5-2 at post time.
Yeah, he got a really nice trip early, kind of found that gap between flights, was able to sift in, eased out to the clear to run down Royal Spirit, who got an absolutely beautiful ride from Jose Lezcano, and Jose Lezcano must be frustrated because you can't ride one better on the turf, cut the corner, save all the ground, and just a better horse runs by you. But nice ride from Jose Lezcano on the runner-up. Nice ride from the winner, Javier Castellano on Reckless Spirit. Like I said, finding that sweet spot in between flights and getting his horse to travel so comfortably, where last time he got a bit keen, he was really, really kind today. And how about the James Bond barn, just continuing the beat, winning it better than 43% at this current Belmont at the Big A stand.
In a groove, Reckless Spirit, the favorite was right there. Digital Software, co-favorite, I should say. And did Dylan Davis give War Strategy, who ran well every opportunity?
He did. He got his position going forward. He was in the right spot, fought it out all the way to the wire. Looked like at one point he might even come back and tag Royal Spirit for 2nd, but I think he wound up a close 4th, but no, he gave him his opportunity. All you can ask of a rider is put him in a position to win the race from.
Run for your money. But too much Reckless Spirit CJ Thoroughbreds bred at Juddmonte. And Tap It 5-year-old gelding. Out of the mare, Daring Diva. Reckless Spirit accelerates late, takes down the 7th Belmont at Aqueduct. When we return, he has done it all. A world-class rider, Johnny Velasquez, 1,000th win this summer at Saratoga, spending time with family and friends. Still going strong at 50. What a resume, what a role model. That story's next.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, as always. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Inquiry does not involve the winner. It involves the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers, Royal Spirit, War Strategy, Digital Software, 4, 2, 7, 10 for now. Again, doesn't involve the winner. Reckless Spirit with Javier Castellano. Maggie with Ryan Bond in the paddock.
We got to stay in the winner's circle, Lafitte, as we got to celebrate this win as we're just watching things unfold. But luckily, Reckless Spirit, Ryan, he was way out in the middle of the racetrack. And as I said to you, I finally didn't pick him and my weight off helped. But he's a consistent type that it does feel as though you got to time things right for him.
Correct. Yeah. Usually he likes to lay a little closer than he did today, but he's got a couple unlucky trips this year, and today he put it all together, and we got lucky today with Javi.
Well, you're getting lucky this meet. It's good to see. You know, when your dad's not involved, you and Kevin rule the roost. No, I'm kidding. But well done to you guys.
Yeah, we've been. We still have the main operation in Saratoga, and yeah, he still is at the head of everything. But we're making the trips down here, and we're just thankful to get the job done for CJ Thoroughbreds today.
Absolutely. And two, have you and Kevin ever talked about going out on your own, or is this truly just a family affair?
We've considered it, not necessarily. We love the family aspect of it. I don't really see myself competing against my family, at least yet. There's some days that are maybe I want to, but no, as of right now, we're just so blessed and happy to the way the operation's going, and the dynamic that we share is pretty special.
Talk about special, too. Song Hill Farm is special. It's just a beautiful property that you guys have.
Yeah, not a lot of people know. It's kind of our secret weapon. It's just about 10, 15-minute drive from Saratoga Racecourse, and the horses seem to love it. It's, like I said, it's in the backyard, and just we're blessed.
Well, continue the success. Congratulations here with Reckless Spirit.
Thank you again.
All right, Reckless Spirit, he breaks through, gets his starter allowance win. Lafitte, they are still taking a look at this inquiry regarding the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishers.
Maggie, winner's circle, Paddock, Belmont at the Big A. It's all too confusing. And to add to the confusion, here's what these stewards are looking at involving the second, third, and fourth place finishers. Richie, what are you noticing?
Keep an eye on the horse on the inside. Jose Lezcano switched to a left-handed crop here, horse with the white face. Dylan Davis is going to a right-handed crop. Dylan sees the contact coming. He straightens up. Horse hits him, knocks his off stride, and knocks into the eventual fourth place finisher.
Digital software.
So to me, digital software, I believe the actions of the 2-horse caused the 10-horse third money. I think it cost him a placing, and that's one of the factors that comes into play here. You can see there's a contact, knocked into the 10. 10 got knocked off stride more significantly than anybody and gets beat a nose for third.
Royal Spirit, in your opinion, initiate the whole thing?
Yes. You see, he's
there you have it.
Flush on the rail here. Now he's going to go to a left-handed crop. Now he deviates from that path. Dylan's keeping a fairly straight path. Dylan saw him coming and tried to correct to avoid the contact, and he still got run into.
Agreed.
Now, so if there's going to be a change, the change has to be that the 2 caused the 10 third place finish.
Often we see, quote-unquote, herding is allowed here. Stewards making these decisions. That's not herding. That doesn't feel like herding to me. That's a significant bump affecting war strategy, digital software almost turned sideways, and impacting who ran second, third, or fourth, and the stewards believe otherwise.
Well, around here, they tend to allow more. So I don't think this is inconsistent with the way things are adjudicated. I personally think the 2-horse caused the contact that cost the 10-horse third place. I do think that the 7 would have been fourth and the 10 would have been third. But the way it played out, the horse that caused the contact was the runner-up. And the way the rules are written, that horse has to be placed behind the horse he cost the placing. Stewards didn't see it that way. I think that was a tough call regardless. But sometimes it's much more clear-cut.
If you were making that call, you would have
I would have disqualified the 2 to fourth place.
No change. 4-2-7. Reckless Spirit, 770. Javier Castellano over Royal Spirit and War Strategy. 7 races down. Belmont at the Big A, 2 left. Baby Yoda coming up next in the featured event in about 22 minutes. He is one of the most decorated jockeys in the history of the sport. Major races won, records he holds, money earned. Johnny Velasquez, the jockey the jockeys look up to.
John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 4 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. The 50-year-old has been instrumental in the success of many aspiring jockeys, such as the Ortiz brothers and Javier Castellano. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. And it's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was on the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always look out for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, a little too aggressive, so he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockey's Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
Well, it's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also, I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
Johnny Velasquez, the numbers are staggering. The demands of being a professional jockey and the added responsibility that he takes on, and you heard it throughout the piece, Richie, for the disabled. Jockey's fun and serving as a mentor to so many for so long.
It's just incredible. I mean, his career defines him from a professional standpoint, but it's all of the other things he does so selflessly, so tirelessly for so many other riders, and a lot of times quietly. You know, I know there's cases where Johnny's bought guys tack when they're first getting started to help them get off the ground. And, you know, I was around, Johnny was just beginning in New York, an apprentice. And I actually questioned sometimes, did he have what it takes to stick? Because Johnny would tend to, you know, complain a little bit about different things in horses. And then you want to be talking about proven wrong. I mean, I thought, you know, if he got injured badly, how would he take it? He had some of the worst injuries and came back fiercer, more determined. I mean, he is just an inspiration to younger riders. And for me, somebody that I admire a great deal. He's a friend of mine, but I have such admiration for him as a professional and for his selfless acts.
That terrifying spill in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies almost a decade ago, coming back from that. And sometimes when a jockey or an athlete reaches a milestone, breaks a record, like this moment at Saratoga when he won his 1,000th career win there, which is just, again, mind-boggling. More races, more racing dates, I get it. But I tend to take a step back and not necessarily look at the individual and how cool was it watching his wife, Leona, lead Johnny Velasquez into the winner's circle for the 1,000th time. But that scene there, watching how everybody else absorbs the moment and how happy and excited everybody else around Johnny Velasquez was for what he had just accomplished. It says a lot about how they feel about him as an individual.
Well, it's always pleasing to see somebody that does it the right way. No controversy, no, you know, bad headlines, somebody who just worked hard for it and honed their craft to the point where they're, you know, one of the best riders in the history of the game. And then is as generous in spirit and otherwise as a person can be. That's why people applaud that and are happy to see it. You'd like to see hard work rewarded.
The rider the riders look up to, Johnny Velasquez, and one of the highlights this summer, his ride on Malathat in the personal incident, and it was like a reboot of the Kentucky Oaks from the season prior with search results. These two throwing it down late. You saw Johnny Velasquez trying to wake her up before post time there. Malathat trained by Todd Fletcher, a reigning 3-year-old champion filly, one of the best older fillies in the country, running this weekend in the Spinster. That effort in the personal incident and able to wear down search results, it's been a fun, somewhat of a rivalry that we've watched going back to the Kentucky Oaks, and Johnny V piloting Malathat to another Grade 1 win on the undercard of the Trappers.
Yeah, it feels like Malathat gets disrespected easily because she's not one of those horses that are going to
not flashy.
Right, she's workmanlike in her approach. And she's a horse that basically does what needs to be done. She's not looking to win by 2 lengths. She's looking to beat you a neck, a half a length. Johnny rode her to perfection here. Got her hands full, I think, at Keeneland and the Spinster with Latruska, because I just don't see enough speed signed on to entertain Latruska early.
Take a look at the field for the Spinster. Traditional key prep at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Takes on yet another that much more significance, being that the Breeders' Cup is at Keeneland. Malathat drawn inside. Does Latruska, in your opinion, still have that same fastball? Her best fastball? Can she reach back and find the stuff that made her a champion? and how good she was coming into this year?
I don't think she is as good as she was last year, but I still think she's good enough. And, go back to the last race in the personal ensign where she set the pace, she got run down. There is no speed in the Spinster to keep her even remotely entertained. And even though she may have lost a little bit on her fastball, she still possesses a fastball. She ran a 101 Beyer figure that day. So I think not respecting Latruska enough in this scenario with the lack of pace signed on. There's one other horse that has some speed, but not Latruska type speed. I think Latruska could maybe win this battle and ultimately lose the war because there will be more pace signed on in the Breeders' Cup.
What does Velasquez do with Malathot from the inside?
He really can't change her style that much. She was a bit handier with the addition of blinkers, which I thought would be the case the time before. Been waiting a long time for them to put blinkers on her. But she is a little bit of a bicycle horse. If you're not pedaling, she's not running. So I think Johnny is a position rider. He'll try to get his position going forward, but she doesn't possess that natural speed.
That was his call. Why don't we try the blinkers with Malathot? And it's worked. You saw that Stirring win in the personal ensign. They'll hook up tomorrow. Big day in the Distaff division. Big weekend, I should say. The Beldame on Sunday with Nest. Tomorrow, Sunday as well. The Juddmonte, the Spinster at Keeneland, Malathot, and Latruska. Baby Yoda time in the feature here at Belmont Park. Belmont at Aqueduct. Baby Yoda, there he is. Odds-on favorite, trying something for the first time this mile distance. Baby Yoda, when our coverage continues, you're watching America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big Hay on Fox Sports 2.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. The quality fields that he's beat. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matole, he did it again. Matole's a monster. Matole wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matole.
Bull Driller along the inside in second position.
Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off.
Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths.
Fente just hand-rided him under the wire. He takes this in terror by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was.
Run Happy's got him.
whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he is a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Special athletes, the legends who've occupied that stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Stallion, First Samurai, well represented in this upcoming 8th race feature at Belmont at the Big A. There's Fire Sword by First Samurai. It's like a good thing Run Happy doesn't know who was in that stall prior. It's like being a rookie quarterback coming out of college. You're drafted by the Niners. Here, kid, you're gonna. There's your locker. It was Joe Montana's. It was Steve Young's.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit
of
pressure, no?
Good thing he doesn't know. Run Happy. Now in stall 1. Baby Yoda, odds-on favorite, 3-5 as we welcome back Acacia Clement to the show. Acacia trying something for the first time is Baby Yoda, not in a sprint, running at the mile distance. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Mind the mile physically, Lafitte, as Baby Yoda is the type of horse that you just kind of wonder, is he going to show up today? And more importantly, is he ever going to run back to that 114 Beyer speed figure we saw last summer in Saratoga, where he beat his stablemate and eventual Grade 1 winner, Olympiad, that day? Now, Baby Yoda is a horse that he has a lot of length to his frame. He's a leaner muscle type. He's not physically the quintessential stout, compact, shorter coupled type of physical. He does have a breast collar on, which basically is that strap going across his chest for horses that are a little bit more narrow in their withers to keep the saddle in place. And maybe that's been a little bit of a problem for him. But he has, again, that length to his frame that leads me to believe, and I don't think I'd ever want to see any further than a mile, but the one-turn mile, I really don't have a problem with it physically. He's been very relaxed here in the paddock. He's incredibly fit. He looks great in his coat, very healthy. Don't have any problems with him at all. And he does come out of finishing 4th behind his stablemate Cody Swish and sprint champion Jackie's Warrior. The number 2 Fire Sword is also going to go the mile for the first time. Now first off the claim for David Donk. And he has a little bit more of a typical sprinter type of frame in that he's really kind of rounded out, well muscled in his hindquarters, but he too has a little bit of a longer body to him, though he's not as big as the type of Baby Yoda. He's one of those horses, he just he always kind of carries his condition. He's a little bit of a swayback type. He's got a lot of substance to him, but he's a horse that sometimes from race to race kind of is a little hard on himself. He looks terrific today. He's carrying good condition for Dave Donk for the first time, and we'll see how he handles the stretch out. I will say I'm not as convinced with Fire Sword as I am with Baby Yoda about getting the distance. No problems with distance for the 4 King Kumbale, who comes in from Parks. He's actually cutting back to the one-turn mile. And last time out, he was off of a layoff. He didn't show his normal speed. He was just off the bridle throughout. And the second place finisher of that race, Farmo Power, though he was disqualified, he actually ran a 100 Beyer speed figure in his next start, winning a stake, and the 3rd place finisher came back to win. So I think he faced some tough horses. He looks great in here, and again, I'm convinced about the distance. We'll see how he stacks up to the likes of Baby Yoda. Lafitte?
See him again in the post-parade Acacia. Kim Kumbale, post-parade, Fire Sword, there he is, and right on cue, King Kumbale by a 2-year-old champ, Shanghai Bobby.
And trained by Dave Duggan, who's having a tremendous year, winning it better than 26%.
15-1 outsider. There he is. Baby Yoda, everyone's favorite thoroughbred yet to win a stakes race.
Yeah, last seen chasing Jackie's Warrior, not an enviable position when Jackie's Warrior was picked off by Cody's Wish. He should be very comfortable going a mile here early.
And there's Market Alert. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle, currently 5-1, the Saginaw winner at Belmont.
And this is normal for Market Alert. Break the post spray, go directly off to the right towards the starting gate. A horse that can be a bit of a handful at times.
Saginaw winner, Market Alert. Baby Yoda, 3-5. No champions to deal with on this afternoon. Had to race with Cody's Wish, Jackie's Warrior in the 4-go. 2-back, though, at Saratoga, where he is at his best, where he runs his fastest. A very comfortable Baby Yoda-like win at Saratoga if he's not facing the likes of Flightline, Cody's Wish, Jackie's Warrior.
Yeah, it just seems like, you know, when he gets in with these kind of horses, he's able to pick them up with less effort, and then he continues. And this was just a nice, confident ride from Joel Rosario this day. And he kicked on. I think going a mile, though, Baby Yoda's probably going to be on the lead. I guess depending on what the 2-horse Fire Sword does from the inside. But especially stretching out to the mile for the first time, you'd like to see him kind of get comfortable and maybe dictate things a little bit.
4 to 5 in the Friday feature. Belmont at the Big A. Baby Yoda, 4 to 5. JK, do you trust him here in this spot?
Well, he's a hard animal to trust. I think most people, especially speed figure players, look back to that September 4th race of 2021 where he ran that unbelievably fast buyer. He beat Olympiad. We trust numbers. I trust numbers, and it obviously was a fast race. It led to a Grade 1 winner and Olympiad being involved in it. He just seems to have just never really been able to stick and find that number again. He still runs big races. The question is, does he want to go this far? I'm a believer that the 1-turn mile is actually more of a stamina test than a 2-turn mile because you don't get to slow down going into that first turn. So he's going to really need to be able to handle it. I don't think he's going to trick anyone today if he can't handle it. What I will say, being drawn outside, having speed is always valuable for horses like Baby Yoda. He's not going to get stopped. He should be able to get comfortable. He doesn't have to take the lead if he doesn't want it. He can sit off of another horse, very similar to training in the morning. And he's got a couple of races at 7 furlongs that are pretty good. No one's going to knock him for getting beat by 11 lengths by Flightline, the Malibu, the fastest horse in the world. And no one's going to knock him for his race 2 back in the allowance race, where he got a nice figure that day going 7 furlongs. And it's not like he's facing a bunch of world beaters. I do think that Baby Yoda can win this race. I think he's the most likely winner. And I think it's important to note that he is getting Lasix today. I think the Lasix situation for Baby Yoda could also be part of his inconsistency. The 2 Fire Sword, sure, I'd like to see this horse move to the Dave Donk barn. Maybe this horse wants to go a little bit further. Another one that has some speed from the inside. I just worry that the distance might be a little bit of a question. Horses in Wesley Ward's barn are trained to run fast, and they're trained to win first out. They're trained to pop away from the gate. And relaxing isn't necessarily the first thing on the list of important things for them to learn. Let's see if Dave can kind of get Fire Sword to relax a little bit. But he's going to have a monster in Baby Yoda breathing down his neck.
Isn't that funny, JK? After the Pacific Classic, getting beat by Flightline by 11 lengths doesn't feel like, it's like, hey, I was competitive. You only beat me by 11 lengths.
It's like losing to Alabama by 28. You're like, it's a moral victory.
Especially after what he did in the Pacific Classic, Baby Yoda, and there's, I think, handicappers, some feel, lend more credence to horse for course and horses running their best races over certain surfaces. Maybe it's an environment thing with Baby Yoda at Saratoga, but facts are facts, and how his very best races have been at Saratoga, not Belmont, not here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, but Jonathan brought up a very, very good point, something that I kind of overlooked, and that's the fact that racing on Lasix, we're not allowed to race horses on Lasix now in stakes races in the vast majority of jurisdictions. And every time Baby Yoda gets back on Lasix, it seems like he runs his better races. And every time he's off it, maybe there's some regression there. So I think that's something that Jonathan pointed out that is a very strong point, like I said, that I had completely overlooked.
So good on his best day, strictly the one to beat here in the Friday feature, Baby Yoda, but no such thing as a sure thing, Acacia. What are you noticing from Bourbon Calling here? Second start for David Jacobson, and the blinkers go on.
And I'm going to take a little shot with this guy, Lafitte. I thought that Baby Yoda had a lovely warm-up out on the track, and I certainly don't have any problem with him in this spot, but at 2 to 5, try to get a little bit of a price. And as far as Bourbon Calling is going, I thought it was interesting. Jose Gomez actually went to Parks last time out, and he's familiar with this horse. He rode him in his first start for David Jacobson, and yes, he was second best last time out, going the 7 furlongs. He was 3 wide early chasing. He never saw the rail. He kind of flattened when he moved back down inside. He's a horse that when I saw him 2 back in Saratoga, I wasn't really sold on the 2-turn mile and an 1/8 for him, so I like this mile distance. And he was one that he got pretty hot that day, so when he got a little sweaty out on the track today, I'm not taking it too much of a concern. But he perked up a lot once they put the tack on him. Just short cheater cut blinkers going on, and hopefully he'll be able to kind of build off of that forward position that he had last time out to stock. And I liked what he saw from him out on the racetrack with Jose Gomez in the saddle once again. Now the number 3, Market Alert, as Richie had mentioned, is typical of him to break post parade, as he had developed a problem back at Belmont in particular, where he would start freezing on the horse path, particularly coming out of the tunnel. And actually, when he won the Saginaw 2 starts back, they left last from the paddock. They put Trevor McCarthy up and just had this brisk jog out of the paddock to just kind of keep him moving and not give him a chance to freeze. It's a different environment, of course, here at Aqueduct today, but he wasn't freezing. He was very professional. They saddled him with the pony alongside, but he did everything well today and not showing any of those quirks, as I know Jimmy Ryerson has had a little bit of a frustrating horse on his hands, but he's done a terrific job in being able to channel him. And he warmed up well out there with Kendrick Carmouche, staying with the pony and nice and settled, which is what you like to see from Market Alert. Lafitte?
You're right. Acacia has done a great job with Market Alert, winning that Saginaw closing day of the Belmont Spring Summer Meet. And for David Duggan, trainer of that gelding, King Kumbale, running a very nice sprinter in the Grade 2 Vosburg tomorrow afternoon. In Drafted, coming off that win in the Run Happy. Richie, another horse that does his best running from off the pace. A very unconventional Vosburg on paper tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, Drafted is a confirmed closer. He's a horse that likes to get his feet underneath him and finish. Dave Duggan, his wife Lara, do a tremendous job. He's winning a big percentage. It's the flow of the Vosburg tomorrow seems to play against Drafted.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott has Elite Power, the favorite in the Vosburg, and Baby Yoda here. Time for the Friday feature. Belmont at the Big A. Johnny I standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a slow start for number 2, Fire Sword, who is now moving up from the inside post. Baby Yoda broke well. Fire Sword is now moving up. So it's Fire Sword and Baby Yoda right together. Bourbon Calling on the extreme outside. King Kumbale is a close-up 4th. And then it is Market Alert as they race up the backstretch. Fire Sword and the big favorite, Baby Yoda. Fire Sword has the lead by a half length. Baby Yoda's in between horses, and Bourbon Calling is on the outside. And the first quarter was run in 23 and 1/5 seconds. At the back of the pack, Market Alert, along with King Kumbale. Fire Sword leads here by a half length, with Baby Yoda in between horses, and on the outside it is Bourbon Calling. And now there's less than a half mile to the finish. Opening half was sharp, 46 seconds. Fire Sword continues to lead. The lead is a neck. Baby Yoda now moves right alongside. So it's Baby Yoda and Fire Sword. Baby Yoda now puts his head in front. Bourbon Calling on the outside moves to second. And Fire Sword is back running in third. Farther back, it's King Kumbale and Market Alert. 3/4, 1:10 and 2. They are in the stretch, and Baby Yoda has taken command here. Baby Yoda in front and drawing away from this field. It is Baby Yoda with a 7-length lead. Bourbon Calling has moved into second, and Fire Sword is next in third, followed by Market Alert. No doubt about the winner here. Baby Yoda won by 9 lengths. Bourbon Calling was second, Market Alert third, and the mile was run in 1:36 and 2.
No flight line, no Jackie's Warrior, and no problem for Baby Yoda. Glides under the wire, the easiest of winners in the Friday feature. Here, Belmont at the Big A.
He looked a winner pretty much every step. Broke sharply. The other speed, Fire Sword, kind of broke to the inside, rushed up to take the lead, but Baby Yoda was just comfortable outside of him, much like Jonathan was talking about, almost like the morning, a lot of horse that follow, lead you a ways, if I should say. Bourbon Calling ran well, second best, but Baby Yoda finished well, too, going a mile for the first time.
Javier Castellano giving him his cue, responds, and at that point, only a question of how far a race that never really felt like it was in doubt for the odds-on favorite.
No, he was always comfortable and traveling well, and got the smile quite readily, and it was all over but the shouting.
Performs like a 1-2 shot should. Baby Yoda, too much for this group. What happened at the start, Richie, and the horse drawn inside, Fire Sword?
Yeah, keep an eye on the 2-horse. Looked to me like he took a hard step to the right. He bobbled a little bit too, ground broke away from him, then he ducked to that empty space that I talk about. Most of the time you see young horses run to empty space, but an older horse will do it now and then as well, and horses are like water. They will flow to that empty space at times.
That has to be a pretty helpless feeling as a rider.
Well, it's a balancing act because you don't want to overreact, overcorrect, and slow them down too much. You want them to keep going forward at the same time. So you're kind of walking that line, not allowing them to go all the way to maybe they hit the fence, but at the same time, not stopping them so abruptly that now they've lost all chance.
As we're watching Javier Castellano, no such problems on Baby Yoda. Will the horse give you any indication whatsoever that they're going to do that, like in the gate?
Most of the time, no.
No. Something that just happens. Again, no such issues for Baby Yoda. 2 wins on the afternoon. Javier Castellano, prop, uncocked. Baby Yoda, too fast to catch in the feature.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. Much the best. Baby Yoda, 7th lifetime win. Simply a dominant for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Winning jockey Javier Castellano, the first time he's ridden Baby Yoda, standing by with Acacia.
And it was a tremendous ride at that Lafitte as Baby Yoda. Javier, you were just telling me once he broke well, you kind of knew that was it with him. And for a horse that was stretching out, he was very relaxed today.
It really did. I like the way he did it today. Very good tactical horse. They were handicapped in the races. You never know when you broke out of the gate. Sometimes you have to use your best shots, man. I think that's exactly what he did today. I expected more speed in the race. I thought I was going to be a little bit off the pace, but he broke so well. I take the floor, you know, and try to go in the nice way, go easy to him, and he picked it up very, very well, and I like the way he finished too as well.
He's obviously a horse with talent, and how fun is it for a rider to finish up a race like that where you just run away from the rest of the field?
I mean, it's very impressive. You know, I've been watching the horse for a long time, watch all replays, and thank you, Billy Moore, give me the opportunity to ride the horse. His jockey was here. He went out of town. I have the opportunity to pick him out. I think he meets PJ Campo. He did a good job to hustle the horse, to get on the horse. Everything was combination in the perfect time, the right time, and the right play to win the race.
Tomorrow in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, you'll be reunited with Rock Emperor, who won the race last year, albeit at Belmont Park, but a horse that he's maybe sometimes not the most consistent type. How do you think he'll handle the 3 turns of this course tomorrow?
We see. I think he's a very good horse. I believe I have a lot of confidence with him, and I'm very thankful to go back to the horse. And Mr. Brown, he gave me opportunity to ride back the horse. I think he's a really nice horse. He's all depending how developed the race. And it seems to me he doesn't look like too much speed in the race, but he's kind of type of horse he needs to relax and finish really powerful, to finish strong. And that's what I'm kind of looking for tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing him. Best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thanks a lot.
Javier Castellano with a win on Baby Yoda, and he'll hope that teaming back up with Rock Emperor tomorrow, they'll be able to defend their title defeat.
Some synergy there. Baby Yoda, you know how good he can be, but we don't always see it at the highest level. Rock Emperor arrived with a big reputation. You know how much ability he had. Took him so long to get that first win here in North America. He's won since. He can compete with the very best long-distance turf horses in the country, and he'll have another chance tomorrow with Castellano in the Turf Classic.
Yeah, it's very ironic coming off this effort with Baby Yoda that a horse that you know is very capable, but you're never quite sure what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, right?
Rock Emperor, you just don't know. All questions to be answered in tomorrow's Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess, Gufo, Rock Emperor. We have one left here. Winding down this pick six sequence in the two-day carryover, the 9th and final. Off the turf on the main track, hence the defections. Quick power nap with Kendrick Carmouche, 8-5, with about 20 minutes to post. When we return, the 2-year-old stakes races tomorrow afternoon. Don't look back at all in the matron, drawn inside for Christophe Clement. Speaking of Gufo, the Pennsylvania bred, and Nagarok in the Futurity. What will he do in this Grade 3 event? Now on the grass, these two races, the Matron and Futurity, this weekend here at Aqueduct.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
One left, Belmont at the Big A. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We've had a chance to look ahead to some of the key rated stakes races tomorrow. Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, Vosburg, those are older horses. And then we have 2-year-old stakes races, the Matron for the fillies on Saturday, the Futurity for the boys on Sunday. For years and years on the main track, now turf sprints and a big, big field, 13 deep for tomorrow's Matron. Will go as the 6th race about an hour before the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, and don't look back at all. It draws the rail with Manny Franco, Flavien Prat, who rode in her debut. He'll be at Keeneland, trained by Christophe Clement, Richie. Pennsylvania bred. How impressed were you by her debut, her lone race to date at Saratoga?
I thought it was very impressive, and Reason being, look how she was traveling under Flavien Prat in the bridle. For a young horse to be that tuned into their job, understand it, and cruise up in behind horses, ease out to the clear, and stay to her task. I thought this was such a professional debut from Don't Look Back at All. And she's been training up in Saratoga till very recently. She has a 5 furlong work on September 23rd, came down, 1 work at Belmont, since it's just an easy maintenance half. This is a horse with a serious demeanor. She looks to me like she understands why she's there, and she wants to be good at it.
A conceding experience to most, only the one start. The rail with a full field, how much of a concern? Is it a concern?
It's less of a concern with me watching her and her demeanor. Like I said, she's no nonsense. She's very serious, and she's going to get to save ground. She's going to get out-footed a little bit. You still want to save ground. If you're outside in a turf race with a horse that's going to close, you're looking to find a place to tuck in. She's already tucked in.
Feel much better about it on the grass as opposed to a dirt race. Don't Look Back at All for West Point. And trainer Christophe Clement right to her outside. Dance Macabre for Kelsey Denner. 3-1 on the morning line. Let's go back to that Bolton Landing and the start with Redefined, and a question of how strong is this Bolton Landing. The filly who won, Love Reigns, we know how good she is, but Dance Macabre here, a highly regarded 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, highly regarded, and she came back with a victory at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 furlongs, and a demanding kind of course, a lot of undulation in that turf course. And she ran very well here in the Bolton Landing. I mean, that's the fastest Beyer speed figure that anybody else in this field has ever received. So obviously she's a player, and she has a lot of experience, unlike Don't Look Back at All. Although, again, I'm not worried about Don't Look Back at all. I honestly think that she's got the right temperament.
No shame in losing to Love Reigns. What she's done, where she's been, how good she is.
No. You got to think that her effort was good. She finished well. At least she was going in the right direction. Now she gets 6 furlongs, so a stretch out from the Bolton Landing, but a turn back from the 6.5 that she won at last time in Kentucky Downs.
Love Reigns, I believe, runs in the Indian Summer Sunday at Keeneland, races that could produce a starter or more in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint at Keeneland. Last won by Golden Pal the last time the Breeders' Cup was there a couple of years back, just the 2nd time in the history of the Breeders' Cup. Now Sunday, the Futurity Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint in a field of 8. The favorite, number 2, Nagarok, Manny Franco, who's also riding Don't Look Back at All in the Matron. And Nagarok, her maiden win. This was late September. How good of a prospect are we talking about here, Meg?
Well, I just love the progression that you saw from the first start at Indiana Grand, going 5 furlongs, to the second start, high speed, always in the bridle. Graham Motion's not a trainer that is training horses to be fast, so this horse is just a naturally fast horse. Made his own trip, the son of Lee, Claiborne Farm stallion, and powered away. Manny Franco stays put here. I thought this was a very impressive performance.
So different now with the Futurity and the Matron. Now about 5 years they've been run on grass, the Matron specifically, and how now being a potential prep for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, where you're going to have a big field, we know that, and horses with tactical speed. There's talent and there's style, and that style will go a long way in determining how successful they will probably be in a race like the Juvenile Turf Sprint next month.
Well, this horse showed high speed last time, but actually rallied from off the pace first time. So I don't think this horse needs the lead, but I think this horse is naturally fast to create his own trip. I like Manny Franco's been riding well. I like that he stays put. That's a big vote of confidence. Usually riders like this have options, particularly when there's so many moving parts this time of year. Jockeys riding in different jurisdictions, trying to line up their Breeders' Cup mounts, a lot of traveling, a lot of musical jockeys.
Competitive, deep race, and good side. Big field in the Matron and the Futurity on Sunday here at Aqueduct. The Breeders' Cup Challenge events that we've seen thus far here, Belmont at the Big A, and blazing 7s from off the pace in the Champagne. Saw Pleasant Passage in the Miss Grillo onto the Juvenile Fillies turf. Major Dude, Frisette winner, Chocolate Gelato, finding her stride for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli. And tomorrow, the Vosburg winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Sunday, the Futurity Grade 3 2-year-olds on grass. This one not on grass. Off the turf on the main track, $30,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. And quick power nap, drawn inside the favorite 3-2. Kendrick Carmouche coming off that 4-win Thursday. Quick power nap. Will he deliver as the choice as we wind down the pick 6 in this Friday program? Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock. Paddock report. Post parade. That's next. The nightcap from Aqueduct.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1.1 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000. We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Stunning. Scenics is right. Wow, Gainesway Farm, the tradition continues here on America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A, post-parade for the 9th and final. Lots on the line with this 2-day pick 6 carryover and a smiling Kendrick Carmouche. What else is new on the favorite here? Quick power nap.
Trying dirt for the first time, but has speed from the inside. I would imagine Kendrick's going to use that speed, try to keep that face clean and see if she takes to the dirt.
You ever not smiling?
No.
Classic Lynn, Dylan Davis here for Joe Sharp.
Showed speed going 5.5 last year and then ran in the slop. A credible race, was well beaten, but that was in the Maid of the Mist.
Proper grammar would be a big surprise.
Would be a big surprise. Has had a lot of chances, and her dirt tries leave a lot to be desired.
I'm busy, 1 for 13 lifetime.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to disagree here. I saw her on Buzzy.
But
turns back in distance.
Buzzy. The 10, fast. Corey, Eric Cancel. Corey Cancel looking for a second win this afternoon.
I thought she was interesting trying dirt for the first time. Is out of more of a female family that's turf, but practical joke, sire of chocolate gelato.
Union Dolly, Jorge Vargas. Vargas won a race earlier today, I believe.
Yeah, strong finishing rider, Jorge Vargas. Just celebrated being a dad recently for the first time.
Congratulations. There's Lemon Toffee, and Omar Hernandez Moreno takes over.
Yeah, and Omar picks up the mount here. You don't get the apprentice allowance that Omar is entitled to because a journeyman was named on this horse. They can't adjust those things after the entries are made.
Field for the 9th and final, $30,000 claimer. Non-winners, 2 lifetime fillies and mares. Off the turf of the main track, Acacia. What do we make of the favorite? Quick power nap now, 2-1.
Trying the turf for the first time, and some just interesting equipment notes as she does go back out, or just go out for Rudy Rodriguez for the first time, as he claimed her last time out when she broke her maiden at Saratoga. And I thought it was funny what Rudy said to Maggie in his interview with her earlier, that they were hoping that she wouldn't win last time out so that they would be able to have the condition moving forward. And so now she does have to step up, but it's an off the turf race. As far as the pedigrees go, I know Ken Tharos himself was a very talented and precocious dirt sprinter, and his progeny are versatile, but I much prefer his progeny sprinting on the turf. The Dam, her only win was on the grass. Her 2 dirt races were very poor, and there was a couple siblings that won minor races on the dirt, so there's a little versatility in there. She's built a little bit more like a turf horse. One thing that I thought was interesting too, as I mentioned with that equipment, is that first time for Rudy, they've added a shadow roll, the piece of fleece that goes over the noseband with the intention of keeping a horse's head out and down. It's a piece of equipment that Rudy uses with quite a few of his horses. She also used to wear a Houghton bit because she has the tendency to drift, which she even did last time out, and Joelle Rosario quickly corrected her, and thankfully she was clear, but she just has a ring bit on today. It's still a bit that provides the rider with quite a bit more control than your just regular snaffle bit, but it's not as severe as the Houghton bit, which has that extra bar right underneath the chin. So I thought that was just a little bit interesting. She stayed with the pony. She's sharp today. She has the speed. We'll see how she handles the dirt. The number 4, Classic Lynn, for what it's worth, throughout her career, I have always written in my notes, looks like a dirt sprinter. So that's what we get to see her do today. So I was very encouraged by her coming into this spot because I've never actually really felt that she looks like a horse that wants to go long. She's very compact, she's shorter coupled, she's stouter type. Dylan Davis took her right away from the pony. She had a lovely warm-up out on track. Physically, she looks like a dirt sprinter. She's probably the most convincing in this spot. And she does have the ability to not be too far off of it. And there is some more pedigree on the bottom side to suggest that she'll handle the dirt. The 10, Fast Corey, as Richie had mentioned, her pedigree on the bottom is much more turf. The Dam was Group 3 placed in Europe, and all of her races were sprinting on the grass, and the sibling was 1 for 4 on the turf. But Practical Joke and Into Mischief, with that line, I think sometimes they can handle the turf, but it's preferable on the dirt. Yes, she did win on synthetic in her first start. I've often found that horses that are maybe a little bit more turf meant take to a synthetic track sometimes a little bit better, not only in the way that it's made, but also in the way that it plays sometimes. The one thing about Fast Corey is she does have quite a bit of early speed. She's really well muscled behind the saddle. She's very, very strong coming in here today, and she looked pretty sharp, but
more professional than she was last time out. She's also stronger than she was last time. I would still prefer her on the grass, but if that speed is her big advantage and she uses it well, Lafitte, she could potentially take them every step of the way.
A threat drawn towards the outside, Acacia. Fast Corey, really good feature earlier today. Murtcan Kentamachi, the brothers, trying for another win here. And while she's trying the dirt and she has speed, same story. Richie with quick power nap on the inside. Kendrick Carmouche trying the dirt quick and important that she is forwardly placed. A, you don't know how she's going to handle the service, and B, you don't want her dealing with any kickback, but again, should be quick enough to establish good position early.
Yeah, I think Kendrick is going to be very conscious of the fact that having the rail, he needs to protect his position and go forward, and clean faces win races, particularly a horse who hasn't had an opportunity to take kickback because she spent her career on turf so far.
JK, quick power nap. Your thoughts on the favorite?
Yeah, Lafitte, I actually don't take naps. I feel awful when I wake up. But I do like this horse a little bit. I feel like this is one where, Rudy kind of said in that interview, he's going to let her roll away from there. When you have horses that are off the turf types, when they get on the dirt, like Richie mentioned, kickback can be a problem. The other thing is if these other horses don't really want to be on the dirt, then just go on with it. Try to run them off their feet. Try to outclass them, because you're not going to beat all of them by running extremely well, because you're not a dirt horse. But I think Quick Power Nap might run okay. This horse has been bet in 3 maiden special weight races with a bunch of dirt works, so it must have worked okay on the dirt to still take that money. So I do like the 1 Quick Power Nap. The 4 Classic Lynn, I bet this horse in a stakes race. And I don't care if you're a turf stakes horse, you're supposed to beat these types of horses on the dirt. So even if Classic Lynn is just a turf horse, doesn't love the dirt, she's supposed to be able to beat horses like Quick Power Nap if she is actually herself, the horse that I bet in that stake a few races back.
JK's top selection, Classic Lynn. Quick Power Nap, 9-5 the favorite. Fast Corey on the outside, winding things down in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Friday finale, Belmont at the Big A. One final time. Here's Johnny I.
We are set for race 9. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 12, Lemon Taffy. A good beginning for Fast Corey. And Fast Corey is out for the early lead. Now moving up is Union Dolly on the outside. Proper Grammar is next in 3rd. And then comes I'm Buzzy in 4th. A 5-length break back to Classic Lynn and Lemon Taffy. And the trailer is Quick Power Nap in 7th. Up front, Fast Corey and Union Dolly through a quarter in 22 and a 4. I'm Buzzy is on the move and up into 3rd. Proper Grammar now back running in 4th. It's 4 lengths to Classic Lynn in 5th, who's about 10 lengths from the front. And then farther back, it's Lemon Taffy and Quick Power Nap. The leader is Fast Corey, challenged here on the outside by Union Dolly. Union Dolly and Fast Corey right together coming into the stretch with I'm Buzzy on the outside in 3rd. And Classic Lynn now getting closer and gaining on the outside. The field is moving for the 8th pole. Here comes Classic Lynn on the outside of I'm Buzzy. I'm Buzzy and Classic Lynn. It's between these two as they pass the 16th pole. I'm Buzzy on the inside, Classic Lynn on the outside. The two of them right together on the line, and it looked like I'm Buzzy got it narrowly over Classic Lynn as we wrap up the Friday card.
Classic Lynn made it interesting. Late surge, but it looked like I'm Buzzy was able to dig in, hold on, fend them off in the 9th and final at 6-1.
Yeah, strong finish from Manny Franco for trainer Mitch Friedman. It's nice to see Mitch Friedman in the winner's circle. Another hard-working horseman, and a complete makeover for this daughter of Long Island Sound. Turn back in distance, different surface, and she gets it done. Being forwardly placed early. I was feeling pretty good about the 10 Fast Corey early on, sailing along in the lead. That's what I want to see. She just wasn't quite up to the task, but I'm Buzzy appears to have held off your favorite, or one of your favorites, Classic Lynn.
Manny Franco, the bookends, took down the opener, didn't ride yesterday, serving that 1-day suspension for I'm Buzzy, who has spent most of her career on grass, 1 for 12 on grass coming in. Now with the surface switch, winds up on dirt, fires at 6-1, and a good strong ride from Manny Franco, his classic Lynn, was bearing down on her.
Yeah, and I think that's one of Manny Franco's strengths as a rider is his physical strength. He is, to me, one of the best athletes in the jockeys room. Go back and watch on YouTube the basketball game against the Trainers. He was like a little Michael Jordan over there.
Oh, he had a mid-range game. He'd go to his left hand. He could shoot from the outside. He grew up idolizing Derek Jeter, wanted to be a shortstop. Here he is, a top rider in New York, a Travers winning rider, Belmont winning rider, 'tis the law. And in this pick six sequence at a price 6-1, Richie, I'm Buzzy, the favorite. Quick power nap from the inside. ¿Qué pasó?
Just didn't look like she had any run at all. Didn't break particularly sharp, and she really reacted negatively to that kickback that we like to talk so much about.
9-6-4-11, 9-4-10-11. We'll have those. You'll see those results. You can find them at NYRA.com, NYRA Bets, because we're saying goodbye. We will be back here tomorrow afternoon. Terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing. Catch all the action on America's Day at the races. 3 graded stakes events. Baby Yoda today in the Friday feature. First time at a mile, no problem. Gliding under the wire, the easiest of winners. And tomorrow, Warlike Goddess, trying to become the first female to win the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic in almost 40 years. She is the favorite. Standing in her way, a 2-time sword dancer winner, Gufo, Christophe Clement, with a pair in the Turf Classic. The main event on the Saturday program, Belmont at the Big A.